A crossover is
Crossover dribble.
crossover.
Kyrie Irving, crossover in the lane.
One of the most famous crossovers of all time.
Behind the back, an ankle breaker on Chris Paul.
Crossover.
The crossover continues to evolve.
Time for the crossover, even though this is the bad crossover music. Or the wrong
Whoa,
crossover
bad.
music. The wrong
Whoa.
crossover
There's
music.
no wrong, right crossover.
You can always
Yes,
tell.
there's two versions,
I am
Josh.
aware of that.
You can always tell who's producing the crossover by what music plays.
Only 40% of the time.
We have no idea. I saw him like 15 minutes ago.
Same here. He was out there just saying hello to
Yeah.
people.
Yes, that's what he was doing. He was just walking by saying hi
I
to
didn't
people.
send him any audio, so you can't blame this on
Okay.
me.
Where could he possibly be?
He's busy.
You didn't do a totally live segment today?
Hey, no, everything is live today,
Okay.
Jeff. The game's at 8, so everything's live today.
Okay.
Whoa.
And it's always
Everything
live.
Is always live.
Yeah.
Everything's always live.
It's always live.
And it's always brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Well done.
John,
I almost feel I'm nervous.
What?
It's not like Nick not to be there. I hope he didn't like fall in a hole or something.
well, he I don't think we have any holes here.
That Wrigley Field hole got him. Swallowed him up.
Nice.
The best part was they literally played like half the fourth quarter in that spot.
Ah.
They couldn't get away from it. The poor grounds crew kept coming up there with dirt and sand
And the tamps. I love the
and
tamps.
the Tams are out there and tamp. They, you know what they should have done? They should have, you guys won't remember this, but back in my day, when we had a lot of stadiums that crossed over between baseball and football,
yeah.
like San Diego, Oakland,
Philly, Pittsburgh.
not as much Philly because Philly they had
'cause
the
it was
Plastro
turf.
turf,
Yeah.
but like the
Cincinnati.
natural grass field,
Yeah.
the natural grass
Miami.
fields, it
Joe
was
Robbie.
Joe Robbie, but it was Joe Robbie was the last one, but they'd leave the infield there.
I love
Yes.
that.
Cleveland was like that too. They'd leave the infield there until the baseball.
So get
season.
out.
Oakland was the last one.
Was
right?
Oakland the last one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I always loved the dirt all over the uniform.
Me too.
Especially like in Miami because the Dolphins would wear all white uniforms and like Ricky Williams would just be covered in infield
Well, then
dirt.
they'd be able to do the bit afterwards where it's like, here's how actually long it is to throw from third base to first base.
Nice. Great
It's-
content.
it's really-
Yeah, they had a game. There was like a Patriots Dolphins game, late Dan Marino, where they had one of them Florida, just
Ugh.
pop up rain showers. And then it became really sunny, but the whole infield was like muddy.
Mud.
So like Dan Marino's got filth and grime all over the place. Meanwhile, the sun is beaming, and it's like, where'd this mud come from?
I'm like, I've heard NFL players talk about this, and they often say how much worse it is because you're getting tackled on dirt. But if you've ever actually like stood on an infield of a professionally kept baseball field, it is so hard.
Really?
It is so because after they don't water it. They water it for the baseball games. They don't water it down for the football games. They're not standing out there with the hose.
Yeah.
Right. It is rock hard.
Interesting.
So if you get tackled on that thing,
Hello.
it's a problem. You got the raspberries everywhere.
Mm.
I wish we had that. I wish we had more raspberries.
Hmm.
Not enough raspberries anymore.
Poll question
No
at half show.
raspberries.
Do you wish we had more raspberries?
Nice. Nice.
I'll
Kids
have to do
probably
that on my
People
kids
miss
phone.
these days
raspberries.
probably aren't getting raspberries anymore. They're not sliding around anymore.
Kids, they don't slide anymore. Josh, another poll question.
Yep.
Are kids still sliding?
I don't know. Probably not.
Sad.
They're soft. They're all playing video games.
They
The
just sit-
Yankees are going to bunt. Did you hear that today?
The Yankees are going to bunt now.
Wait,
And the
they
Cubs
are?
aren't going to bunt.
Oh yeah, Craig Counsell.
Anti-bunting.
Yeah. As long as he's not anti-winning, I'm fine
Mm.
with that.
He's
Mm.
been the manager of the Brewers.
I just thought of something.
Yeah.
Maybe Nick had to poop.
Ooh.
If that's true, he can hear us right now.
Should we play the game of what's Nick doing?
Oh, that's a great idea. I think
Well,
it's-
how much
think-
fun would this be if he actually were, and we could like cheer him on?
Go,
Like-
Nick!
go,
like-
squeeze,
like a-
squeeze.
No, take
Yeah,
your
like
time,
a
Nick.
Lamaze class.
Let it happen.
1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push.
I'm guessing something happened with the promotions department.
Is
And
he watching the front desk?
He got like, oh, that's a good option.
But can't he just say,
I have a radio
"Excuse
show
me, it
to
is
do.
2:00. I must leave now."
See,
You'd
Nick,
think so.
I think Nick is afraid to do that. I think he's afraid to say, this is my job. And so he's just listening to this discussion
Wow.
for minutes and minutes at a time. It's 2 now. I mean, it's the time of the actual
Yeah.
show.
I went up. They
Yeah.
were having the party upstairs earlier. And
Oh, you don't suppose he went up there to eat?
Apparently there's Qdoba.
There's Qdoba up there, which is great. And I popped up there during one of the breaks.
I'm gonna get some chips.
And everybody was like, come on up. I was like, no, I have 2 minutes. I can't
have
be
a
up there.
radio show.
I just wanted to pop my head in and say hello and also see how much food was left.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. I think after this segment, go check out the food situation.
But they were like, no,
I'll
come
go
on up.
with
It's like, no, there's time limit here. I gotta go back.
Yeah.
I only have
What
time to do one thing during breaks.
Did you have to go up there and say, hi, my name is Connor Happer, and I'm on the air from 10 to 2?
Would have been probably nice. But
What was today's dress up? Wasn't it supposed to be a dress up day? or
we had
something?
looked this up
Today's
before the
polka
show,
dots
Josh.
and stripes day.
No.
Was that yesterday?
No, it's
Wear your hat backwards a day.
Josh, you're the only one wearing a hat.
I'm gonna turn it around.
it is it's tacos and station pride.
That's
day.
right.
So that
Oh
means
man, I almost wore my Zone hoodie today.
wear your favorite radio station gear.
Ooh, let's go up and count the number of people wearing Zone gear. Let's find out who's on our side.
Sometimes I wear zone gear. Today I didn't.
Mhm.
Sadly,
I almost wore my Zone hoodie today, and then I was like, I'll wear a different hoodie.
you would have been dressed up for the day.
I always worry. Now, John, I knew he wasn't wearing the hoodie, and plus he's not even here. But I always worry about a day where I would show up wearing the Zone hoodie, and Nick or John would also be wearing the
Oh,
Zone.
that'd be funny.
It
Good
would
fear.
be.
Why?
It would-
Why is that weird?
Yeah, why
I
is
just
that
don't want
bad?
to look like twins taking a photograph back in.
You just don't want somebody
well-
from the office to come up to you and be like, "Did you plan this?"
bingo.
That's what you.
Nobody wants
Have
that.
you ever watched a sideline at a football game? They're all wearing the same gear.
Especially Miami sidelines. They have the same pants on even at the Miami games. It's very odd. Which reminds me again that Nick is still not in
Where's
here.
Nick?
I'm getting a little worried.
Should we text him?
I
He was
almost tweeted
definitely
it.
alive 15
Well,
minutes ago.
Yeah,
Okay, yes.
he I had to have him change a setting here so I could hear the station, and he did that for me. That was like 20 minutes ago.
Really? Oh, that's
Yeah.
probably what he was walking back over there doing.
Yes. Yeah, he set it up. He's like, hey, I'm just getting the thing ready.
Where could he be?
I have no idea.
So he's not inserting audio of any kind?
No, yeah,
No,
we have
I
no
did not
audio
send
today,
him a
right,
thing.
John? No
No,
audio.
I didn't send him a thing.
Poll question.
I didn't give him
There
any.
he is.
Oh.
Oh, see, now look at his face. He's just going to try to ignore what's happening. Nick, we're totally connected. We've
Nick,
been
you're not
talking
doing
to John.
anything. The crossover's been happening
Yeah,
for
for-
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now here comes the excuse.
That's not an excuse. I got wrapped up in work and I totally lost track of time.
Oh, you just didn't know what
What?
time it was.
Yeah, no, I was working on something and
You
I
sh-
looked at the clock and I'm like, oh, it is 2.
Nick,
Yep.
you got to
But I
put an
didn't send
alarm
you
on
any
there
audio.
that goes, pow, pow, pow.
Yeah, John
I
says
might
he
have
didn't
to
send
now.
you audio.
You what?
John said he didn't send you audio. I think his implication was. So
oh,
what
no,
were
he
you
didn't
doing?
send me audio.
Yeah.
No, I was working on another separate, unrelated thing.
Mm.
Work related.
better
not
be
related,
good.
It better be good, says John. Nick.
so. Volleyball format.
Volleyball format, John. Is that good?
Wait a minute. We've been airing volleyball for like the last
can't hear what
2
he's
months.
Yep, I know. Plug your headphones in, Nick, so we
I'm
can
working
have
on
a
it.
Plug your
conversation.
headphones in. Meanwhile, we've had volleyball on the air for the last 2 months.
We have
have.
had volleyball.
We
on
have
the
had
air, yeah,
volleyball on
since
the air a lot,
August.
yeah.
Sure have.
Did they decide to go to a best of 7?
John wants to know if they decided to go to a best of 7.
Stop doing this. Put on your
We're just going to translate.
I'm going as fast as I can.
How long does it
This
take to
reminds
plug
me
in
of
a
a
pair
former
of headphones?
coworker we used to have who kind of mosey his way on into the studio and unpack. Hey, there he is.
I can only unpack my headphones so quick, guys.
All
All right, Nick. So what?
You done,
What?
John?
Tell us about the format. What
The-
changed?
Nothing necessarily changed. We just didn't have the right one. This whole time.
Classic.
So
Yeah.
after 2 months of airing volleyball, we just now got the right format.
Classic.
Yeah.
Very on brand.
Okay.
Wow.
Here, hold on a second.
You got something for us, John?
Hey, everybody. We got a volleyball format now.
It wasn't like super far off, but there was just a couple little things that just kind of made it not align how it should. So
That's good.
Well, I'm glad it was for a good cause. And
Oh
now
my
the
gosh.
volleyball matches will run so smoothly.
Oh man, smooth as eggs.
You could use an alarm on your phone that
I
goes
feel-
off at 1:45 that says, bow, bow, bow.
I feel bad for the board apps who've worked on volleyball this whole time and have had to deal with whatever they were dealing with. It's
Peter
already
Man.
hectic. It's already hectic to board up volleyball.
Yeah, but guess what? They did it just fine.
They
Yep.
did.
They got through it.
Yep. Without stress.
Yeah, I mean, no dead bodies cordoned up in the corner of the room.
Hope not.
As far as I know.
I can't go on anymore. This volleyball format is driving me crazy.
Hey, John, are you going to do the entire show from your jail cell today?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm here.
I mean, like,
Where else would I go?
Yeah, he's not going to go down.
no, he's not going to go down, right?
Because
Not-
usually
not
he'll go
until
down
after the
during a
show.
commercial break. Right, it's crazy how fast he
It's
goes.
fast. I'm
Right
very
there.
fast.
Yeah,
But not today. I don't need to because
The game's at
doesn't start till
8. yeah. Just
By
like
the
what-
way, Connor, you'll be happy to know
Oh.
that they have purchased one of them those T-shirt Gatling guns, like the Huskers have that pepper the South and North stadiums with T-shirts, and they were testing them. So I wonder if you get to do that.
Like, I get to ride on the little cart.
No, there's no cart. I mean, you don't need a cart. You just
Just
roll
roll
it
it
out
around.
onto the floor. Yeah, they're not going to bring a tractor in here riding around the floor.
I was thinking they would. Yeah.
Oh my God! One of the Florida A&M players just got ran over by a tractor.
I
What's that
wonder.
doing out
I
here?
wonder if that would fit in my job description. Maybe we're really unsure what it is. Still, I mean, maybe I could be the T-shirt Gatling gun guy.
Ooh, here's an idea. We get you set up in some catcher's gear, and we see what happens when they shoot the T-shirts at you, and see how hard the T-shirts come at you.
I'd be the human dummy. I could do that.
there you go.
It'd be kind of fun.
I would absolutely do that.
There you go.
See what happens. I enjoy sometimes being the guy who falls over. Whoops, I fell over. Everybody gets to laugh at me.
Like the
I'll
Three
do-
Stooges.
Yeah, I'll do anything for a laugh.
Hey, there you go. We love laughter.
Live, love, laugh.
Mm-hmm.
So entire show up from the jail
From
cell.
the upstairs.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do the next 6 hours of my life.
You could go home.
I could
Take a nap.
You just live so far away from the arena.
I live so
If
far
you
away
go
from the
home
arena.
and then drive to the arena and walk inside, I mean, that's probably in totality about an hour.
Yeah.
But that still means you have another 5 hours to kill.
Go hang out at Let It Fly, the sponsors of our fine top of the hour.
Oh,
Legal ID.
there you
That's-
go. Get a salad.
could hang out there for 4 hours.
Yeah, they have food.
They do have food.
They have nachos
And
in a can.
TVs.
A lot of TVs.
They do.
Yep.
They do.
Is there
There's a lot of
basketball
live sports on today.
Oh, hey, what happened?
They play a lot of things there. I've seen everything from golf to news.
Golf 2 News. Wow.
CNBC.
There you go, Hap. We'll CNBC for you on a
Check out a little
Tuesday.
stock
Okay.
market action.
I
Is
don't know.
that-
Get-
Is that really angry stock market guy still doing TV?
think so.
Oh yeah, Matt. What was
Jim, what's his name? Isn't it
No,
Dane?
not
Jim-
Cantori.
No,
I
it's
was gonna s-
Jim something or other.
Jim Smith.
Yeah, he like
No.
rolled up his sleeves.
Yeah, what's that guy's name?
And he punches. He's got all the buttons in front of him. and
Mad
stuff.
Money.
Bye.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know him from
Oh, look
like
at this.
Spider-Man. I think he made an appearance in Spider-Man 2 or something like that.
Did he?
Or some
Which
Marvel.
Spider-Man? Like the actual Spider-Man or the stuff that they remade because?
Well, the
they just
actual
remade
Spider-Man was in like the 60s, I think, John.
Got him.
I'm pretty
No,
sure
I'm
he
talking
showed up.
about
It's
the
the Raimi Spider-Man.
Yes,
The ones
John.
with
The one that
Tobey
you were the
Maguire?
one that you were talking about, John. Yes.
The one with Toby.
Yeah, the one with Toby.
Jim
Toby is
Kramer.
Spider-Man.
Jim
Jim
Kramer.
Kramer.
Nailed it.
Jim Kramer.
Nice.
Yeah.
What was the movie where it was Jim Carrey and they put him? He
Mask.
was no, he was like a businessman and he was like they framed it as he was getting this promotion, but actually they knew that the company was going to tank, but he was like the face of it.
Oh, it was.
And he was
like
indicted.
Around, it was around like the Enron
Yeah,
stuff.
yes.
Oh, what was that movie? Dick and Jane.
Fun with Dick and Jane.
That was
Oh,
a
that's
funny
what that
movie.
movie's about?
I'm pretty sure Jim Kramer had a little appearance in that.
Oh,
movie
did he?
Too,
That would make sense.
because the stock thing. Yeah.
That
There's
was a
probably
fun
a
movie.
Wikipedia page of movies he's been in. Hold
Now
on.
I haven't watched it in many, many years, but I remember enjoying it back in. I saw it in theaters.
I just remember the part where you learned that he was being indicted, and he just shouted over and over that I'm being indicted, being indicted. That was like the funniest part
Iron
of the
Man.
entire movie.
It was an Iron Man. That's where I saw him.
Jim Kramer
He was an Iron Man.
was an Iron Man.
Yeah, probably because of the stock market of Stark Industries.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, those guys, like Dan Patrick, always gets those too. Where if they ever need
He
like
knows Adam Sandler.
if they ever need to do sports radio, like I have a sports radio take on something,
It's him.
have
Yeah.
Dan Patrick.
Yeah, wasn't Dan Patrick in the new Sandler movie, John, that we watched from Movie Club? The one where
The
he's like
basketball one?
he's a
Uncut
scout.
Gems?
Yeah, no, not Uncut Gems. The one where he like works for the Sixers.
Yeah,
I think
what
that
was
Dan
that
Patrick
called?
might have showed up in that
I'm sure
one.
he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably did. Did you know that Adam Sandler's coming here to the CHI Health Center?
Yeah, we've been airing the commercials.
Oh, we have?
For quite some time.
Yeah, for a while.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
the movie was
I-
Hustle.
Hustle, thank you, Nick. Yeah.
It was-
Yeah, ever
But-
since John the
They must
Chappelle
be really
commercial
good
stopped,
commercials that do a great job of giving me an idea of what his comedy sounds like.
stand-up commercials are, I think, the best at relaying what is going to happen.
I
At
love
the
hearing
show.
nothing but laughter and maybe a joke.
Mm-hmm. It's very good.
And
not
Tuesday,
even a
December
joke.
5th
goofy music in the
Oh
background.
wow, so
Yeah.
close to the CHI.
at the CHI. 2 days
Yeah,
after Nebraska plays Creighton.
John, just stay at the arena and you could see the show for free.
But it won't be there.
Well,
Oh.
that would be a month from now.
Oh, where's it going to be?
Well,
Here.
the basketball game is in
Oh, it's in
Lincoln.
Lincoln this year.
Yes.
I see what you
Yes.
mean. Yeah. My bad.
Adam Sandler not coming to Lincoln, only
I
coming
mean,
to Omaha.
Maybe
Mm.
they'll sell so many tickets they have to set up a pay-per-view site at Pinnacle
Oh,
Bank.
yeah, that's a great idea. Like they do for the boxing matches that people are excited for.
That's right. Volleyball games, things
Yeah.
of that nature.
Awesome.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Wow, what a crossover. This has been a weird one. Nick was gone for 15
I'm just glad
minutes.
you're alive, Nick. I'm just
Yeah,
really
we were
happy.
really
not
worried
dead.
that maybe
We're-
you fell into a hole or something.
We were trying to
No.
figure out if you were pooping. I figured that someone who
I would
doesn't know
never-
that we have a radio show at 2 was like distracting you and you were too afraid to like say like, hey,
No.
but who knew? It was just Nick not forgetting or not remembering that he has a show to do at 2.
I was just knee deep in a spreadsheet.
Mm. Oh, it's like the AFC stuff all over again.
Let me try
That's why the volleyball log was broken in the first place.
every game of every AFC team. By the way, how have your predictions gone, Nick,
For the AFC.
for the AFC?
Yeah.
The AFC. The Dolphins are doing better than I projected
Wow.
by a game.
Oh.
The
Wow,
Browns.
so you have them losing to a bad team.
Yeah, they beat the bad teams, Nick. People forget.
People do forget.
Mhm.
I don't remember exactly. I just went through and I updated it.
What did you have
last
the
week.
Chiefs? Did you disrespect the Chiefs?
I disrespected them, but I still had them winning their division. I think
Okay.
it's hard not to.
I can't wait to see what your actual record was in picking
Yeah.
every single game.
AFC game.
I'm
AFC
excited.
game.
I'm excited
AFC game.
too. That's part of the
Which
reason.
is the
I did
best
it.
part is the AFC teams do play the NFC teams. So like
Right. What happened when you had to pick AFC versus NFC? Did you still pick
I mean,
it?
yeah, I still picked it. I just didn't do the NFC.
so the
one.
NFC those NFC teams have some semblance of a record.
Yeah, I
It's
just
not
I
all
just
the way-
figured he completely disregarded the NFC.
Mm,
He just
no.
didn't pick.
I
the-
just
Well,
did it.
he just gave it. It's like it's like playing an FCS team. He just gave the AFC team a win because he's like, well,
because they're playing.
That's
the
not a
NFC.
real conference.
Did you disrespect the Ravens, Nick? The Ravens famously with 2 losses right now. Some are calling them the best team in the NFL at this point in
Some
time.
are.
So let me see if I can pull this up.
Okay.
Yeah. But we got to see this.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. we
I
can
mean,
do
he
it
worked so
anytime.
hard on it.
Yeah.
Let's see. A couple texts coming in. The first one from John says Nick was watching porn and afraid to say.
I'm not gonna watch porn at the office.
Another along those lines says, so we're just going to blindly believe Nick's story where he was. The guy that is of music was just working on AM radio volleyball things. Things don't add up here. Wow. So there is some,
Conspiracy.
yeah, people.
There's some truthers.
Yeah, Nick is
some
lying.
volleyball truthers.
Nick is lying.
What
Says
was
some-
Nick doing?
says-
Investigation.
Yes. Hashtag what was Nick really doing?
Josh,
Oh, we know he wasn't listening to the new Beatles song.
No.
Definitely
That is
not.
and he doesn't have takes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, remember that show they did on Netflix a couple of years ago when it was a prank, but it was the question they were trying to figure out was
Question for you.
who drew the who,
Oh, yes.
who did the yes
Yeah. Who drew the blanks?
yeah who
yes.
drew the blanks.
Yes.
This is like that. We could do a
Yeah.
whole documentary about
Oh,
it.
that'd be good.
Where was Nick?
What was that show called? Because they did a season.
American
Was that American Crime Story? Let's see.
something like
American
that.
Vandal.
American Vandal.
Yeah.
That was a good show.
That was a really weird and funny show. I enjoyed it. John, I think you would have enjoyed American Vandal.
I'd never heard of it.
It was on
Never
Netflix.
heard
It
of
was it was like a faux documentary about this high school and who drew penises.
Wieners.
Yeah, all over a
Oh,
car.
wait a minute.
Everything.
Yeah.
I did see this.
This is a while
You
ago.
saw it, John?
It's been a while.
Yes.
It was from
I bet.
2017.
I did see this.
Yeah, it was a funny show.
I feel like we could make one about where was
Wasn't that a-
Nick.
Wasn't that that was a pandemic show, right?
No, it was pre-pandemic.
Yeah, it's pre-pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Was it? For
Yeah,
some reason.
2017.
Wow.
Everything pre.
No, I did see that. I did see that show now.
Otson says the next Patriot Supply commercial will be centered around the misinformation surrounding Nick's whereabouts and how you need to be prepared for the worst. Yeah,
You know,
Odson's going
that's
to need
where
my
he was.
Patriot Supply for the next time that Nick leaves him high and dry like
That's
this.
true.
Call me Radiohead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Josh. I do appreciate you getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, Josh at one
Why-
point goes, so am I just producing the start of the show? That was a great question.
That's where Nick was. He was meeting his My Patriot
Oh,
supply for his delivery because they're not going to deliver that stuff just out of the blue. I mean, you got to make special arrangements. You got to be a member of the club.
Mm-hmm.
It comes via airdrop. There's a low flying plane. It's like 5 o'clock Charlie from MASH.
Hmm.
It's a funny reference.
He's not being defensive enough about this. I feel like he would be more defensive
Yeah.
about this if it
After
was
the
the
whole
truth.
Taylor Swift thing,
If
I'm
it
trying
was
to-
the truth.
If it was the truth, if he was actually,
So
if
you
he
think
actually
he's
had,
lying?
if he had to defend
Ah.
himself about something that he was doing during this time, he would be more forceful about it.
I did expect a different attitude when he walked into the studio
I mean,
today.
after the whole
Yeah, it was very much humdy.
after
Just
that whole Taylor
wandering.
Swift breakdown I had, I took a serious reflection at myself, and I'm like, I don't want to do that again.
Did you?
That was a low point. I don't
Wow.
want to do it again.
Look at Nick.
I'm over that.
I want to do that again.
You want Nick to do that
It's a
again?
Fun crossover.
Yeah, but you don't have to work with him for the next 4 hours. All right, Nick, what
Maybe
have you learned?
that's where Nick was listening to that song that got him triggered in the first place and giving it a second chance.
Oh, do you like the song?
No, I don't like the song.
Oh, okay.
But my mistake was, and John kind of explained it when we were off the air. I was trying to make 3 different points, but I crossed the wires in my head because I got too worked up about it. So
Mm.
that was on me.
All good. What have we learned from your AFC predictions?
I disrespected the Ravens once. I was right
Uh-oh.
about them losing to the Steelers,
Yeah, oh man, bummer.
but I
Yeah,
thought
bad
that
loss.
I thought they were going to
Horrible
have a goofy loss to the Colts because goofy losses happen. Otherwise, I'm good there.
Okay.
Bengals, I had them losing to the Browns I had them beating the Browns and the Ravens. That didn't happen.
So what do you have? What did you have their record at this point in time? 2 losses or 3?
The Bengals?
Yeah,
I
because you
had-
famously hate Joe Burrow.
I do. I had them at 3.
Wow, so you were spot on.
I was trying to be objective about it.
Yeah, good job.
Oh no, I lied.
Oh,
Sorry, I have it set up to the actual record next to my record, but I didn't.
so you were looking at the actual record?
Yeah, no, I had the Bengals' first loss being to the 49ers because I expected Joe Burrow to not be broken.
They
Well, you
lost
expected-
before that.
You expected the Bengals to be undefeated going into that game.
I had them at 13-4.
Whoa. Well, they actually might end up 13-4.
They might. They
Seriously,
They
they
actually
might
might
just
at
go
this
on a
point.
tear.
I don't think so. I'm
Who-
gonna
who
say
else do
no.
you want?
Oh, John. Let's see. Did you have anyone being good that is bad, or anyone that is bad that is actually good?
The Browns are doing better than I thought they would.
That's fair. I think they're better than a lot of people thought they'd be.
Yeah.
they're not better, but they have.
What
a
about the
better record.
Patriots, Nick? They suck.
The Colts are doing better than I thought they would, but that's not much of a stretch.
Probably Houston. Houston's probably doing way better than you thought that they
Oh,
would be.
absolutely.
They're way better than I thought they'd be. I thought they were going to be trash.
Mm.
CJ Stroud is good.
Wow, I was disrespecting.
CJ Stroud is so good.
I disrespected the hell out of the Pats.
Good.
Good. Oh, so you were
Yeah.
spot
Well,
on
they're
then.
2-7.
Nick.
I thought they
Yeah,
were
they're-
going to lose to the Jets, and I thought they were going to
Didn't
lose
they
to
lose
the Bills.
Jets?
They beat the
They
No,
Jets.
they
beat
beat
the
the Jets,
Jets.
and they beat
They
the
did?
Bills.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Their
Jeez.
one win.
Jets are bad.
I had their one win being the Saints, which they did not do.
No, they did
I
not.
was
So
super
you had
off
them
on
at
the
one
Pats.
win at this point in time.
Yes.
Wow. So they doubled that, but they still only have 2 wins.
What did you think about the Chargers, Nick?
Ooh, that's a
Chargers.
good one.
The Chargers, I had them. Their first win would have been the Raiders. I didn't update the Chargers one yet. I was just doing this when I had some downtime last week.
No, but what was their
What is
predict?
the-
What was your
yeah.
record for them through
Oh.
this week?
Or even for the whole season?
Yeah,
The whole season I had them at 8 and 9.
Oh, that's on. We're on pace for that.
you're going to be, I think, pretty spot on with the
Yeah.
Chargers.
Yeah.
I think you're going to pretty much nail that.
Broncos I had 5 and 12.
Yeah, we might be on pace for that
They're
too.
kind of better than I thought they would be at various points.
I wish I would have had them beating the Chiefs because that would have been funny, but I did not.
Hmm.
I did not do that. I put a couple
I don't
wacky
think-
wins in there just because, which is how I was right about the Chiefs losing to the Lions. I did predict that.
Seems very scientific. This is good.
It was all vibes.
It's all vibes.
It was all vibes.
The vibe boy.
Yeah, I can't wait to check in on this at the end of the year and see if you've predicted half of the league correctly.
Yeah.
No, that's
And
part
if
of the
he
reason I
does,
did
then
this,
that'll
too.
be good intel for the playoffs. Follow
That's
Nick's
true.
lead on the AFC playoffs.
AFC.
Just predict the AFC playoff games.
That's part of the reason I did this too, because I just wanted to see how close I was.
Mhm.
And then I wanted to do the NFC, but
You forgot it existed.
no, I just ran out of time because I didn't realize this was going to take me as long as it did.
Got you.
Were they already playing music there, John?
Yeah, they're
The game is
test
6
rolling
hours
the-
away.
No, they're test rolling the team intro video.
Give me loud.
Yeah, I got to go in and test my microphone too.
Yeah, get there soon. The game's starting very shortly.
Get there now, and then you'll
Yeah,
know.
hurry.
it works.
Maybe I'll go there. I'll go home and then I'll go back.
That's a lot of driving.
It was the Giants, by the way. That's the one team I thought. I thought the Giants were going to beat the Dolphins.
You were wrong on that.
I was very wrong on that.
Giants
but that's
suck.
the one game I've been off on.
Did you guys hear how meta this is? I hear John Bishop screaming over John Bishop's microphone, but it's not live John Bishop.
No, it's not.
Wow, that's weird.
It is weird. It is weird.
Speaking of weird, this crossover.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
Bills also did worse than I thought they would.
Fair.
I thought they were going to be not so good.
I had them at 13-4.
That ain't gonna happen.
That's not happening.
I said they were frauds from the very start, and
Very fair.
I might be right.
All right. Well, that'll wrap it up for the crossover. Well, now that we have Nick entrapped in the studio, we're not going to let him leave so he doesn't forget to come back.
That's good.
So Hotel California. I'll
It
set up a
is.
cot.
Is there enough room for a cot in there?
Probably squeeze one in between Connor and Josh.
Well, Connor will be leaving.
Plenty of room.
You can just sleep right over there next to Josh, and then he can stroke your head while you sleep.
Whoa.
I'm more of a back guy. Can you rub my back when I go to sleep?
No.
Okay. Well,
I'm not rubbing anything of you.
All right, Connor. Well, we'll see you later tonight, and I hope
Yeah.
you do get a chance to shoot the gun. But if you shoot that thing near me, I'm gonna get you.
Blast you. You're sitting courtside.
blast you.
Blast you right in the face. Also, I am going to tell you the score of the Husker game on
No, you're
Saturday.
not.
Nice.
Very
I
you're
cannot
not.
wait for that update.
John. It's 14-7.
Everybody go up to John Bishop and let him know the score.
All right.
That
See you in
would
a
be
little
jerk
bit.
move. Yep. We'll see
Bye,
you in a while.
Happer.
That's the crossover brought to you by Everlevel. When we come back, the Grum as we all salute the greatness of Jim Madison and 1620 The Zone.
Nice for your Tuesday afternoon with a high today, warm of 66 degrees in Omaha. Expect winds out of the southeast up to 20 miles an hour to become a bit calmer here tonight. Mostly to partly cloudy skies overnight, mild with a low of 49 and a chance for patchy fog by tomorrow morning. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KATV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Each home game Friday, Hy-Vee hosts the Big Red Breakfast Buffet on 1620 The Zone. Join the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast Show live from 6 to 10 with Gary Sharp and Nick Hanley, and enjoy breakfast from Hy-Vee Market Grill, featuring all your favorite breakfast food. This buffet is sure to make your day. A one-trip buffet is just $12 or all you can eat for only $15. Buffet includes scrambled eggs, party potatoes, bacon, sausage, biscuits and gravy, and assorted pastries. It's the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast at Hy-Vee Home Game Fridays on 1620 The Zone.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon. This holiday, trade in any iPhone in any condition for the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All on us with unlimited Ultimate. Go to your local Verizon store now. 6 months of Apple One, then $10 per month. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited Ultimate plan required. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR. Apple TV 4K and Apple One offers require eligible phone purchase with activation on unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Visit Verizon.com for details.
Start your engines.
Joe's Indoor Karting in Council Bluffs is off the charts crazy. Joe's Karting is fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping, wheel-to-wheel racing action at over 40 miles per hour. The only speed restriction on these karts is how good you are. Joe's Karting is located just a couple of blocks north of Bass Pro Shop and directly east of AMC Theater in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Go watch a movie. Come race at Joe's. Planning a bachelor party, graduation party, or just a night out with friends? Go to Joe's. Remember, Joe's Karting is your place to race.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up AutoSave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Autosave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
ABC tomorrow.
It's country music's biggest night.
The CMA Awards, live. With performances by Luke Bryan, Lainey Wilson, Jelly Roll, and K. Michelle. Old Dominion with Megan Maroney. Carly Pierce featuring Chris Stapleton. Tanya Tucker with Little Big Town. And more.
The best in country music!
Luke Bryan and Peyton Manning host.
The CMA Awards live.
Tomorrow, 8/7 Central on ABC. And stream next day on Hulu.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, another busy Grum today as the sports seasons have now officially crossed over. And we'll have some fun today.
Fun? You're promising fun?
Well, maybe not.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, we'll have more fun than Tom Rizzo did last night.
Oh, yeah.
Or Kim Honky Tonk Man Mulkey.
Ooh.
Did you see the outfit she was wearing last night?
You know, it's funny. I saw a tweet about it, and I didn't really look at what she was wearing.
Yeah,
I'll go find it.
It looked like one of Honky Tonk Man's old jumpsuits.
The Honky Tonk Man. Macho Man?
No. Honky Tonk Man. Greatest Intercontinental Champion of all
they're the
time.
same guy to me.
Allegedly. I've never heard
Macho Man was not the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time.
She wears stuff like my grandma does. Like grandmas love, what is that, John? A jacket that just has like things on it.
Like
grandmas love that type
like
of
a blazer?
Stuff. No, it's less
called?
a blazer. Here, I'll show you.
Okay, my grandma never wore anything like that.
What is that? What would you describe that as? Is that a jacket?
Pantsuit.
I would describe that as a blazer.
Well,
but
I'm just
I don't
looking,
think
John,
that's
at the
right.
top. I don't see what she's wearing. Is she wearing a suit?
Well, some kind of, she's wearing.
Just grandma. My grandma loves wearing sweaters that just have things all over it. My grandma on my mom's side.
That's not a sweater. That's a jacket.
I think my grandma liked floral patterns.
A lot of grandmas like floral patterns.
Do they? Grandmas. Yeah. What does your grandma wear? 402-951-1620.
Yeah, well, anyway, we'll have more fun than either of those two did. It was, I had forgotten. Well, here's the reason why I knew what was happening with Michigan State, because I really wasn't on Twitter. The game was on in the background. I was working on my notes.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I wonder how my 10-team parlay is doing tonight.
Oh, crap, they were in that.
So I started scrolling. Oh, there's Villanova. There's Marquette. There's North Carolina. There's Kansas. There's Kentucky. There's Syracuse. Oh, this is interesting. And then,
wait, what?
Michigan State's only up 3 on James Madison? I think I should turn this on. And wouldn't you know who won the pony?
Yeah.
Freaking Kugler's doing the game.
Unreal.
And I said, my parlay is hosed.
Yeah, I saw that. So I didn't. This will stun you, John. I didn't watch any college basketball last night because it's November. It was November the 6th. But when I was laying in bed right before I go to sleep, I'm like, oh, hey, here's a tweet about the very end of this game when Michigan State loses. And I press play, and there is his voice, Kevin Kugler. And Michigan State goes down, or whatever he said. And I just sat there laughing and laughing. Of course he would be on the call as the season begins to a
Michigan
top
State
4
got
upset.
Kuglered.
Oh, and John, they're playing on the whole Tuesday night ESPN thing next week. Meanwhile, they're going to have a 1 next to their name, and I'm not talking about their ranking. I'm talking about their record.
Were they playing at Michigan State?
It was at Michigan
Oh,
State.
did
all
they
right,
have
Nick.
fun basketball trivia?
What was that?
Did they have fun trivia on their scoreboard?
Let's ask Kevin the next time we talk to him. Hey, Kevin, did they show a Pol Pot on the big screen there yesterday?
That would be one way to distract people from the actual score of the game.
Oh,
to
yeah.
say,
Hey, look!
Here's Hitler.
Look, here's Hitler. That's the under, by the way. At
Anyway,
228.
here's Hitler.
Yeah. The game is over, and they're just like, but look at the big screen. Ignore the game. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it was pretty bad last night. I mean, Michigan, it was Tyson Walker was the only guy playing for Michigan State. He had 35 points. The rest of the team, the rest of the starters went 8 for 36.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's less than 25%.
I think at one point Walker had like 12 or 14 straight points. He was the only thing keeping Michigan State afloat. And, they had the ball at the end of the game or end of regulation and had a chance to win it. And, Walker basically just dribbled out the clock and forced up some, 15-foot jump shot. And old Jim Madison, man, I don't know what's in the water there with Jim Madison, but they are feeling themselves right now. We'll get to this later in content, but did you see what their football team's trying to do?
Oh, I did. I stand with Jimmy M on this one. I stand with them.
So if you're not familiar, Jim Madison, James, he likes to be called James. We call him Jim.
We call him Jimmy.
Big Jim Madison. They're undefeated right now in the Sun Belt.
They're 9-0, right? They're a really good team.
They are, I believe, they're the only undefeated in the group of 5.
Yeah, and they are. Yes, now that Air Force
because
has
Air
gone
Force
down.
lost,
and they are in their second year at the FBS level, which is a key part of this story.
Right, because you have a 2-year probation period. Omaha will remember this when they transitioned to Division I. They could compete in the Summit League, but they couldn't compete in the NCAA tournament. They had to serve a 2-year, call it a transition whatever, where you couldn't participate in postseason play, which is odd to me because these teams are moving up a class. I get it from the standpoint of if they move up a class, but they still play some of their old teams, and so they don't rack up enough wins or games against, other Division I teams. But James Madison moved into the Sun Belt. They have played outside of one team, I believe, an all FBS schedule. And so it's not like they haven't played Ole Miss, they haven't played Texas A&M, but they played an all FBS schedule. They're in the Sun Belt. They're full-fledged members of the Sun Belt, but because they're in the second year of their transition, they're not eligible for postseason play, including bowl games.
And by the way, John, this is also following an 8-3 football season that they had a year ago. So they have made the jump and they have played very, very well. Now, this rule is in place. Essentially, like, they don't want a ton of schools just jumping up. They want there to be some real thought put into the process because, everyone is like chasing the almighty dollar and it can work out pretty terribly. So this rule is in place. And yet now they find themselves at 9-0. They are in the top 25 in the AP poll. And I believe that they're showing up also in the college football playoff rankings as well. So this is like a team that is, they're good. They're actually a good football team. They're 9-0 right now.
Well, either way, it's good to beat Jim Madison.
Yeah.
Right now. So congratulations, James Madison, the big win last night. And we're rooting for you. We're rooting for you. We want you to
root.
We want you to, because not only would they be in a bowl game, they'd probably be in a New Year's Six game. That is a huge difference between no postseason and, you're going to and I don't remember which bowl. Is it the Peach Bowl this year that's getting the leftovers? I don't remember, but one of those games.
Yeah.
So anyway, coming up today on the Grum, I am here in my jail cell at,
always
CHI Health Center for tonight's season opener, Creighton and Florida A&M. You'll be able to catch us tonight, 6:00 with Jimmy Chavez and our pregame, and then 7:30 we'll take over from courtside, and Jimmy Allen will have post-game coverage for you. We've got it all right here for you on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. But it was opening day for, everybody else. Both the UNO and UNL men and women. 3 out of the 4 got blowout wins.
Yeah.
And then the Creighton women got a blowout win last night. So all pretty good across most fronts. To portal or not to portal, I got a question during the post-game show regarding moving ahead in the quarterback conversation. So it's kind of a follow-up from what we did yesterday.
Color me intrigued.
Michael Brunts will be along with Husker 247 as both Tony White and Marcus Satterfield spoke today, and some of the players getting ready for Maryland this weekend. Matt DeMarinis is going to join us from White and Blue Review as the Jays look to set the bar. This is you think about it, Josh, in the last, got to do my math right, 4 seasons.
Okay.
Creighton has either met or exceeded its preseason, call it prognostication / expectation. So you go back to 2019, they rallied late to win the Big East.
Yes.
First time ever. And then, of course, the tournament got canceled because of the coronavirus.
2019-2020 season.
Yes, 2019-2020.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The following season,
Sweet 16.
First ever modern era Sweet 16. Then the year after that, in a rebuilding phase with, Alexander and Kaluma and R2 all being freshmen, they get to the NCAA tournament as kind of an undermanned young team, and they take Kansas to the wire, the team that eventually wins the national championship. And then, of course, last year, first ever Elite Eight. So, and I suppose some people could argue that, expectation / prediction was Final Four last year. And in some cases it was. But I think, just for argument's sake, the last 4 seasons, Creighton has either met or exceeded its expectation. This year, the expectations are very similar to last year, but because they made it all the way to the Elite Eight,
let's make it one step further.
It also makes it almost like it does. It has to go at least one step further.
At least, like you said, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll get into some of that conversation. Matt's going to join us. Stephen M. Sipple will be along. He had his column today about Heinrich Harburg. And I do want to ask him about, because he wrote about it today, but I also want to ask him about the context of Matt Rule's comments regarding Heinrich Harburg and his want to and his willingness.
Yes, good. I was
to
planning
step
on doing
into
the
breach.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, a big Jim Madison shocker. And maybe Prime is coaching the Colorado women's basketball team.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, they knocked off old Kimmy Mulkey. So huge win for them. Huskers, this was a topic we were going to get to yesterday. Didn't have time, but we're going to get to it today. Are they more regretting the wins that got away, or should they feel lucky to have the wins they got?
Yeah, should you appreciate the ones that you won or feel sad about the ones that you lost?
Football hot take market today. Something smells stanky.
Oh, I can't wait for this. Guys, LSU's defense is bad. Whoa, what a hot take from John.
You just wait.
I tried to hide all the soap boxes, but I think he might have taken one.
Yeah, he found one in his jail cell.
I got numbers, friends. I've got numbers.
All right, cool.
And college football playoff rankings, week 2, come out this week. The resume versus the eye test. We'll see. I don't expect there'll be many changes tonight.
I think there will be.
Well, I mean, Oklahoma's obviously going to drop.
Oh, I think there's going to be a spoiler alert. I think there's going to be a change at the top.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
That'll be coming up later tonight. We'll talk about that and have our rankings as well. 402-951-1620 is the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. You can also hit us up into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, where I asked the question, and or should they be thankful for the ones they got or be regretful for the ones that got away? If you want to comment there, you can do so. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, or you can email us into the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. It is the Equitable Bank inbox. So we'll be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct coming up on 1620 The Zone.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Just think about that. That's $150, Nick, if your team wins.
Yeah, and if your team wins, and if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. It is as easy to use. That app, very easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and much more. Visit FanDuel.com use the promo code ZONE. That's FanDuel.com/zone and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source, by your mom's house.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Nebraska football's defensive backs will be put to the test this week as they welcome the pass-heavy Maryland Terrapins and star quarterback Talia Tagovailoa. Defensive coordinator Tony White has not been happy with some of the explosive plays through the air the Blackshirts have given up.
You can accept the ball beating you. I mean, if the guy ran the right route, the ball was in the 100% correct spot, and the defender's in the right spot, and they go up, and it's a sideline, tippy-toe, instant replay. You can live with that, man. That's ball. I mean, but when we bust assignments, or we don't know what to do, our eyes are in the wrong spot, or we don't have the technique, that's bull crap. Let's get that straight. That's bull crap. I mean, and that starts with coaching in terms of being able to get those guys to say, hey, this is how we do it. And then if the guy's not going to do it, then he shouldn't be in the game, right?
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season. Hurry, this offer won't last forever.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cobb's at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cobb's, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click cobbspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
A little bit later on, we will have an update on the sign stealer guy stuff.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
But
The sign stealer guy.
Thank you. One of the things that's just dropped here recently, and I hate doing this because now there's a reason why I don't watch the stupid cable noise channels, because I hate the rhetoric, but it's now become a story where you instantly have to look at, well, where's this story coming from? And should I believe this source crap? But John U. Bacon, who is a Michigan author, written a lot of books.
I've read a couple of his books.
Been
Bacon
close
books?
to Michigan. Is reporting this afternoon that Tony Petitti, that would be your conference commissioner, was informed today that the 2 programs which fed Purdue Michigan's signals before the 2022 Big Ten title game were the Rutgers and the Ohio State. Not clear if rules were broken, doesn't directly affect UM's situation, but raises questions related to relative competitive advantage. If you missed the story yesterday, the Associated Press said that there was a source who had said, I have been sharing Michigan signals with other teams, going back to last year. So this appears to be.
This is more intel on that. And friend of the Grum, Richard Johnson, and enemy of the Grum, Pat Forty, they had some additional reporting earlier today on SI.com. And I'll just read a couple of things that I had saved, John, where it said, among the school's means of rebuttal, it plans to formally present evidence to league officials that last season, other Big Ten schools decoded the Wolverines' signals and disseminated them to a future opponent. More writing. Schools sharing signal information is not uncommon in college football. Multiple sources in the coaching profession told SI, nor is it against the NCAA rules. And then here was a quote. Every week you call your friends on other staffs and say, hey, what do you got on our next opponent? Everyone does it. Who cares? End quote. Now, like the thing with this, though, John, and this is the obvious. I'm going to say something obvious. The obvious difference in what is being purported to have been done by, I guess, other school, let's just say Rutgers and Ohio State with Purdue, and what Michigan did is the technological aspect of it, that Michigan was sending people to games, filming their sidelines. Like, that's different than
the in-person scouting,
Correct.
Which is against the NCAA rules.
Yes, that's different than giving info to Michigan. Or, giving it to their opponents.
It happens all the time, right? Yeah. I mean, if there's a coach that used to coach for you, maybe like a former assistant that went on to be a head coach somewhere else, and you happen to have a common opponent, you'll call that guy and say, "Hey, what did you think about this team?" And they might send over whatever scouting intel that they had. That kind of stuff happens in every sport. It's who you know. The difference here is that Michigan went out of its way to do its own spying, essentially, breaking NCAA rules, and then the whole idea of Connor Stallions being apparently incognito on another team's sidelines, unbeknownst to that team, recording what they were doing. It's the level at which they went about doing it, not the fact that the signs were actually decoded.
Correct.
I mean, you could have a Rain Man on your sideline, right? Who just a genius at figuring out, decoding signs, right?
Yeah.
And he could be on your sideline, he could be on your staff. And if you're doing it in the middle of a game, well, I mean, great, super, bully to you.
Yeah, props.
But it's another thing when you're going out of your way, you're booking flights, you're booking hotels, you're in some cases, you're going out on your own, and you're essentially spying on another team. I mean, that's the difference here. But I mean, I see what Michigan, through its operatives, is trying to do here. They're trying to do the everybody else does it.
That's
defense.
Yes. They're trying to say that we are not unique, that we are actually the same as everybody else. That's their argument. Now, where it falls apart, though, again, is how you got your signals versus how they got their signals. If they got your signals at the game by figuring it out, by watching you from their sideline onto your sideline, that's fair game. If Michigan was able to prove that they were going in and doing this in person, like they were essentially, then okay, you have a leg to stand on. Now, I mean, you would basically be saying, but we also did it this way, and so you admit to the cheating. But that's the problem. If they can't prove that, then nothing's going to happen, in my opinion, to another school.
On an unrelated note, as we go to break, just coming down the pike, John Rothstein reporting that Kansas is going to make Bill Self a very richer man. They're going to amend. He's already got a lifetime contract, but I mean, it's a lifetime contract, but technically it's a rolling 5-year deal. So every year it rolls over and it becomes another 5-year deal and another 5-year deal. And so he's always on a 5-year deal, and it's kind of, for the rest of his coaching career. Well, apparently the new deal. So remember yesterday, Craig Counsell goes to the Cubs, goes from $4 million a year to $8 million.
$8 million, right?
Bill Self, coaching Kansas basketball, will be making $53 million over 5 years.
Wow.
$13 million next year, this season alone, according to Rothstein. Bill Self will make over $13 million this season, and the total contract is $53 million, 5 years.
Can you real quick explain that to me? Because if he's making $13 million this year, that's actually a decrease then for the remainder of the contract, because 53 divided by 5 is not 13.
I don't know.
Nick, 53 divided by 5.
That's mean.
It's like 10.6, I think. I'm confused.
Yeah. Well, I think what it sounds like, it's front loaded, right?
Interesting.
Kind of like
it's
how
like the
Matt
inverse
Rules
of
is,
Matt Rules. Matt
Rules is back loaded.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one's front loaded.
Huh.
And maybe, and honestly, and Rothstein says he'll make over 13 million. Maybe that's base salary plus a signing bonus.
Okay. That would make sense then. That would make sense. Okay.
Yeah. But still, 5 years, $53 million.
Interesting.
I wish I had $53 million.
Hell yeah, Nick. Me too, bro.
I think I could do a lot.
If any of our listeners want to Venmo Nick or I $53 million,
do us a solid.
Yeah, help us out.
Go for it.
There you go.
All right. Coming up next, we got an email into the Grum about Heinrich Harburg, about the portal.
Okay.
More turnover numbers. Michael Bruns is going to join us. And we do have more on the sign stealer guy, because the stuff we just reported is just a tip of new information that is coming out today. Also, I've got a question in regards to how the NCAA or the Big Ten can actually go about punishing Michigan. So we'll get to all of that and have more. We're live. I'm live here at CHI Health Center. Jay's getting ready for actually they're just starting to practice some free throws, get a little shoot around in for tonight's game against the Florida A&M Rattlers. On 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Right now, John is high atop the floor, because that used to be a hockey press box. And if you are up there, there are plenty of seats that are about that high above the action tonight. Sometimes you might, especially if that vision's not very great, you might be squinting, trying to find, is that a 5 or is that a 6? Who has the basketball right now? I can't tell. And you get really frustrated. Friends, the frustration, it can go away for you. And that is if you give the folks at Kugler Vision a call today at 402-558-2211, or you visit their website, kuglervision.com. They will take you through the eye analysis process, and you can figure out which of those 7 procedures will work best for you. You could be seeing better by next weekend. Might be possible. The first step, though, is to reach out to Kugler Vision. So whether you are high atop the action at your favorite basketball arena, maybe you're high atop the football field at your favorite football stadium, or just getting things done on a day-to-day basis, you need that crystal clear vision, and that is what they have for you at Kugler Vision, not to mention fast and effective results. Find out more information today at kuglervision.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
When your business chooses Eeks Office Solutions, you become a valued part of our community. As a locally owned company serving the area for more than 75 years, we're here to support area businesses like yours. Eeks offers a comprehensive range of products and services, including office supplies, promotional items, janitorial products, office furniture, technology solutions, plus copiers and more. We're dedicated to keeping your company running smoothly. When you think of office solutions, think Eeks. Visit Eeks.com for more information, or stop by and see us at one of our locations.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Team, it's snowing again tomorrow. They're predicting 2 to 3 feet.
'Tis the overtime season for Frank snowplows.
Kelly, can you take another shift?
Let it snow. Quality driver applicants.
Hey guys, know anybody else with a D license?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Have you been to our brand new 42 Degrees store at 85th and Andermatt Drive in Lincoln? Just like in Omaha, our beautiful Lincoln store has the highest quality health and wellness products around. Kratom, Delta, CBD, disposables, e-juice, and more. 42 Degrees is the source for premium products with a friendly, knowledgeable, and professional staff. Learn more at 42degrees.com. The new Lincoln store at 85th and Andermatt Drive. By your mom's house. Restrictions apply. Products may contain nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
This week at Target, you'll find different early Black Friday deals. Get fun deals on the latest tech, toys, and video games, plus smart deals on small appliances, floor care, and so much more. At Target, you'll discover different early Black Friday deals each week. And get what you need for the holidays fast with free drive-up or score free shipping when you spend $35 or use your red card at Target.com. Get low prices and early Black Friday deals only at Target. Exclusions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app. We have information for you for this weekend while you're not spoiling me on who's going to be winning the game on Saturday. You can be spoiled if you listen to Big Red Overreaction, which is at 2 o'clock-ish, as soon as the game is done. But it will be on our sister station, News Talk 1290, new place. Now, it will still be on the video stream for those of you who have gotten used to that. So you'll still be able to catch it on the video stream on 1620thezone.com and also YouTube, our YouTube channel. So become a subscriber to our YouTube channel, because anything that we stream live, all of our shows that stream live on our site will be on the YouTube channel. So just subscribe, and then you'll know where to find it in case you forget that this Saturday, well, maybe it won't be this Saturday only, because literally next week, Creighton basketball.
Does Creighton play a night game next week?
Yeah, and Wisconsin overlap. So we may go through this all again next week.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, because the game.
Well, I'm not on that overreaction, so I guess it doesn't really
7, and the Husker game starts at 6:30. So,
that'll be close. That will be very. I think we'll be okay. I think that one will be okay.
No.
What do you mean no? If Creighton John starts if they start at 7, the game will be done by 9.
7.
The football game won't be done until 10. Your post-game show will be done before then, right?
Let me check. Hang on.
No, Creighton is at 7:30.
7:30. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well.
So, we'll see. But anyway, this week
congrats
for sure
to the Jayskers. What great content for them.
Great day to be.
They got their basketball, and then they got their post-game show. That'll be awesome for the Jayskers.
So anyway, News Talk 1290.
Yeah. Nick Hanley and yours truly. Join us.
The Hanley chunk continues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's back.
folks.
So speaking of big red overreaction, I got an email from Brent, and he said, obviously disappointed from Saturday, but kind of skipping ahead a little bit. The quarterback position is what it is, and it's something we have to ride out. The success of the team is to have 1 to 2 good offensive drives a game with 1 to 2 key defensive stops that place the offense in a good position to score with the goal of getting to 20-plus points. With that being said, we will have opportunities these next 3 weeks to beat Maryland, Wisconsin, and Iowa. All isn't lost. This team is what it is. It's not going to change regardless of the quarterback the rest of the way. Then he goes on to say, I know we're a month out yet from any portal movement, and it's hard to speculate, but what are your thoughts on the Tulane quarterback? He's a multi-year starter, good numbers, a year left in eligibility. He has Tulane in a good spot to finish the season in the top 25. He or someone similar would seem ideal to have them finish their college career in a Power 5. Just someone to keep an eye on when looking around the country for our next quarterback. So the individual in question is Michael Pratt.
Yes.
He is a junior, and he would have 1 more year left. I don't believe that there is any consideration right now for the next level, not yet anyway. When you look at his numbers this season, he's completing 70% of his passes. He's averaging 9.5 yards per attempt. He only averages about, just doing a rough estimate here, he averages about 20 to 25 pass attempts per game. And he has a 15-3 touchdown to interception ratio. Now, I have to admit, outside of a little bit of the Ole Miss game they played earlier this year, I have not seen Tulane this year.
Yes.
But in terms of just the raw numbers, and Pratt, he was the quarterback last year when the Green Wave beat Southern Cal, and he had a very, it was a pretty pedestrian. Well, it wasn't a pedestrian game. It was a game very reminiscent in terms of his passing numbers, like some of the old Nebraska option quarterback games where you'd run, and then you'd hit a couple of big play action passes, because he only completed 8 passes, but for 234 yards. And averaged 14 yards of completion. So they hit a lot of big plays in that game. So
and last year, by the way, real quick, John, 27-5 touchdown interception ratio. He played more this year. He's been, he hasn't played in every game, I don't believe. But he also had over 3,000 yards last year. He's improved every year in terms of his completion percentage, and his touchdown to interception ratio has gotten better every year as well.
So the idea is, well, is this an idea? And apparently, the rumors, in fact, there was a story on it earlier last week that, he may hit the transfer portal because, 1 more chance to play in a Power 5. And, there was speculation as to who might that team be. Well, when you look at the numbers, seem to be kind of copacetic with what Nebraska's doing. Certainly it's a possibility, and I wouldn't rule out the possibility that he and a handful of others who may transfer will give it a go. But I'm of the opinion right now that the starting quarterback for next year is not currently on the roster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm right there with you. Amazing Daniel says he might, or he said he might transfer to the Power 5 to improve his draft stock, but there's going to be a lot of competition for him. Yeah, and if you just plug his name into Google and then you look at the news section, the first thing that pops up, top stories, 4 quarterbacks Ohio State could replace Kyle McCord with in the transfer portal. So now look, that's a story from FanSided, so it's more, it's more of a fan thing than it is an actual thing. But if there were to be interest there, here's another story. Notre Dame football, Sam Hartman replacement could come from Tulane. So this certainly seems like a player that, the biggest of boys in college football, the playoff contenders, are going to want. And if what Daniel says is true, something that Nebraska sadly will not be able to offer is, hey, come here because we can help get you ready for the NFL at quarterback. I think they're going to be able to sell their defense really, really well. They're going to have to get creative, though, in terms of trying to sell their offense. And it's not going to be based off of the production this year. It's going to be based off of the idea of production, or the idea of what you could do moving forward, in my opinion.
Yeah. And, let's face it, this has become the new way for a lot of people where, replacing a quarterback, especially if you have very high expectations, and let's say you have a miss in recruiting, or you get a surprise transfer of your own, picking up the next guy in the portal is becoming more and more popular. It's the quarterback's the most important position, and I think the quarterbacks themselves know it. And it gives for a guy like a Michael Pratt, who has had good accomplishments, he's a winning quarterback, he puts up good numbers. It's going to be it's going to be a very good market for someone like that.
Yeah.
And the other question that needs to be asked is, just what's going to be the philosophy if indeed Nebraska does go into the portal, as I think they will and as you think they will? What is it that they're aiming for? Are they aiming for someone who fits what Nebraska is currently doing right now? Is it aiming for someone that does what Nebraska had hoped to be doing before the season started? In other words, more of what, Jeff Sims was brought here to do. Are you looking just, hey, I'm looking for a good warm body who can make things happen, and we have enough in our toolbox of offensive scheme or plays or whatever that will fit our offense to whatever this guy does?
Well, I would say maybe, John,
which direction are they going to go? If they go that way.
Look at the quarterbacks they've recruited. They went after Dylan Raiola. What kind of skill set did Dylan Raiola have? They've recruited and they got the commitment of Danny Kaelin. What kind of skill set does Danny Kaelin have? I mean, neither of those players is certainly they're nowhere near run first, right? There's mobility to their games, but it's more of a passer, which is, in my opinion, awesome. That's what I want to see from the quarterback. So it's like, because I would say that the selling point of Sims was largely based around his athleticism, whereas it does not seem that, Dylan Raiola, maybe it's unfair to even include him in this conversation, because it's like, why wouldn't you want the number one quarterback in the country? And, you had all these family ties. Of course, you're going to go after him. What is the skill set, though, of a Danny Kaelin? That is a pass-first quarterback, that you're bringing it. So, I would say that is probably what they're wanting to do moving forward, because I think that that's the indication that we have seen from them, at least out on the recruiting trail because I view those guys as obviously the long-term, this is kind of where we're going to plant our flag as an offense. At least that's how I always view kind of that first recruit, or that first quarterback in that full recruiting class that they have.
Right. But see, this is where things get complex, because, and we don't know how this season's going to end, whether it's, a bowl game or not a bowl game, but, have the results of this season and how it has transpired, has it changed their thinking in terms of long-term planning versus short-term planning? Because the players you mentioned aren't going to be ready next year. So
you're talking about like a Danny Kaelin?
Yeah. And so while maybe your long-term planning is saying, well, this is the direction that we're looking at going, are you necessarily looking to do that? Also, it's one thing if you could go to Quarterbacks R Us and look on the shelves and find exactly the model you're looking for, but that's not what the transfer portal is, because the product chooses you.
Correct.
In many ways, especially if you're a player such as Michael Pratt or some other highly sought after players, where, they're going to have a variety of different suitors that might take a look at them. So it's also what you're able to get as much as what you're able, Nebraska's not in a position like an Ohio State theoretically could be in, where they would have a lot more to sell and they would be more able to just pick whatever they want, because someone would obviously want to go there. Certainly the success of CJ Stroud probably helps their portfolio right now. So it's a real complex situation. It sounds easy on the surface when we say, well, they're definitely going to go into the portal, right? But it's hard in terms of what exactly you're going to be able to get out of it and how you're going to be able to make your offense work because of it. And are you doing it for the short-term planning, or are you doing it for the long-term planning?
But why can't you marry the short-term with the long-term? Why do you have to, and why would this year make them want to change plans at quarterback when they have had much more of a run first operation with the quarterback, and it's been kind of a disaster.
Well, you never know. You never know. I mean, let's say Nebraska does not win another game this year.
Okay.
And they go 5-7. Next year, and I'm not implying that Matt Rule would be under any employment pressure, but next year, obviously, there'll be folks going, well, you got us to 5. You need to get us to a bowl game.
Sure.
Well, if you're going in there with a project player, your chances of going to a bowl game are probably not as good. But if you're a little more aggressive and you try to fit somebody to what you're doing right now, like Michael Pratt, for example, he's a short-term answer because even if he transfers, he's got 1 year left. So he's not a long-term answer. He's a short-term answer.
But he's not. And I guess when you asked the question, I thought you were talking about like stylistically what the quarterback would bring to the table.
Well, it's both because we all know that right now they're not running the offense that they totally.
Okay, that's where I was confused because I thought
Right.
you were saying, is this going to make them change what? Oh, so you're asking, are they bringing in a transfer portal quarterback for a year or for years? Is that what you're asking?
Part of it.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a good question.
But also what it is you're going to try to run and what do the pressures of this season, if you've got to improve on next season and knowing that the schedule gets tougher, especially in the back half, there's a lot of different moving parts here, especially for a coach who is still trying to get the feel of the transfer portal and is trying to also marry his philosophy on building a program with the new modern realities. When Matt Rule was a program builder, there were no transfer portal. Now there is. And they're still part of that process of, how much do you want to, lean into the transfer side of things versus, hey, and he said it as much yesterday, I'm coaching Heinrich Harburg for beyond this year, kind of implying that, maybe there's an opportunity that they could still make something out of that. I don't know, but I think I'd love to know what the internal thought process. They're probably not very deep into that right now because they're right in the throes of a very important stretch of the season. But man, what their thought is long term or what their thought is for 2024 and beyond, based on what is happening currently right now in the present, it's. I'd love to know what it is.
A couple of names real fast for Bruns. Heath has brought him up on our YouTube chat. KG has brought him up, and that's Zane Flores. And I guess this partly goes, John, to your question, and that is like, are they wanting a short-term transfer portal quarterback or a long-term one? Flores would be a long-term guy because he is only in his first year. He is redshirting this season. So in theory, you would have 4 total years. I am more apt to want to go after a quarterback who would be around for more than a season. And heck, if I could find a guy more than even 2 seasons, I don't know. I'm guessing that Zane his name is going to come up just because of the obvious reason, and that's he's a local guy, and that people were frustrated, at how his recruitment went in the first place. I don't know. I have no ties to him, so I have no idea what's happening with him down in Stillwater and how he feels about maybe his potential future there, but. A positive certainly about Zane Flores would be that if you were able to bring him in, he would have more than 1 season and even more than 2. He would essentially have his entire college career left. And there's a lot to like about the possibility of having a guy around for multiple seasons.
Yeah, there is. But again, he'd be a guy who you'd have to grow into the position, right? I mean, it wouldn't be like this case where it's literally a plug and play.
See, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to get a plug and play to this level. They just don't have anything to sell to a quarterback like that. And so you're going to have to take growing into the position doesn't inherently have to be a negative thing.
No,
it's just you would love everybody wants a Caleb Williams. Everybody, even Sam Hartman has had warts, but Sam Hartman is, I think, often kind of close to that best case scenario, for a program. Nebraska, sadly, they're just not in that range right now. If they were able to get a player like a Sam Hartman, even if it was just for a season, man, that would be an incredible recruiting job by Matt Rule and company, just because I don't think that they have a whole lot to offer right now. They're going to have to build next season off of development at quarterback and obviously at the offensive line. You hope that the young pieces at wide receiver and that at running back, that those guys develop. You need the offensive line to improve. And then you hope quarterback play has to be markedly better regardless, though.
I mean, honestly, because of that last point you just made, because Nebraska's core receiver group is so young, it almost leans it into the idea of whoever it is you use or you get, you want them to be here for at least 2 seasons so that they can work with this group of receivers and they can, build chemistry not only over 1 off season, but 2 off seasons and 2 full years. Right. Because, I believe they like what they have in that receiver room.
Yeah, I would think so.
They're trying to, get them up to speed and get them to the point. But the last thing you want to do is, bring in somebody, have them here for 1 year, and then all of a sudden they're gone and they're having to learn something else. So you almost want to find someone who has at least a couple of years left, so that you can at least build a couple of years of work with that core group. And then by the time you need another quarterback, some of those receivers might be off to other places, or they'll be here for their senior year, and they'll be able to roll with the punches a little bit more than maybe they could when they were freshmen or sophomores. Interesting questions. A lot of interesting questions. This offseason is going to be very fascinating.
Yes, it is.
And again, we don't even know how this season's going to end yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up next, we're going to talk with Michael Bruntz and discuss some of the things that were said today. The coordinator spoke with the media. Also, we've got more on the sign stealer guy, including Connor Stalions, the vacuum salesman.
He would have fit in well in the Breaking Bad universe.
I think
remember the vacuum cleaner, John?
I think that guy was better at vacuum cleaner sales than Connor was. Just guessing.
Okay.
But more on that to come on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
And we rolled him over on the side. He hit one of those ruts, turned 45 degrees sideways, hit the retaining wall, and eventually started going end over end. And so every time the top of the barrel, the exposed end, you'd see his arms flaying. And we stood there at the top of the hill. We were looking at each other going, do we go down and save him or do we run?
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy to partly cloudy skies for your Tuesday afternoon with the high today, warm of 66 degrees in Omaha. Expect winds out of the southeast up to 20 miles an hour to become a bit calmer here tonight. Mostly to partly cloudy skies overnight, mild with a low of 49 and a chance for patchy fog by tomorrow morning. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KATV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line price. Max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cobb's at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cobb's, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click cobbspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
Get a full breakdown after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction. And this week only, hear Big Red Overreaction with Nick Hanley and yours truly, Josh Peterson, on News Talk 1290 Coil. Big Red Overreaction is presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by J. Stinnett Contracting, Dingman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, Big Red Overreaction, this week only on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
He's like double fisted him. He just bam, bam.
Of 1620, The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Michael Brunts of Husker 24/7 Sports joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Good afternoon, Michael.
How's it going?
Good.
Just getting ready for some basketball tonight.
Oh, yeah. It's that time of year.
The season has begun. Hard to believe.
It is hard to believe. Isn't it sad, too, Brunts? Like, don't you just miss the good old days of when it was only football season?
Sad.
Basketball season gets everywhere. It's everywhere now. It's like it runs into baseball season. It's you can't escape it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would like football to have a few more weeks to itself. That would be my big take.
Yeah.
That and getting rid of daylight saving.
Ooh.
Getting rid of daylight
So
savings.
you want to be in standard time forever, Brunts, or you want to be in daylight saving time forever?
I just don't want to change. That's I don't.
That's what
I don't
John
care.
says,
Like,
too.
Just pick. Just pick one.
Yeah,
I don't
Josh, you're
care.
always on me about pick a side, pick a side.
Yes,
Well,
pick
I'm
a
asking just
side.
pick a side.
Pick a side, Brunts. Which one do you like more?
I'm allowing you to choose.
Okay,
I'm
well, I want
I'm
daylight.
doing the kind thing.
Well, thank you. I want the
Pick a
daylight.
lane. Okay.
Brunts is fired up today. I like this.
Brunsey, I'm curious. Matt Rule yesterday at his press conference praised Heinrich Harburg for his willingness to enter the fight, to be that guy. Is there a concern that he's the only one right now who's got the mindset to be in there?
Yeah, I mean there is a concern. I mean you saw in the very limited time that Jeff Stems went back in there. He didn't seem like somebody to me who was ready to go into the fight, I guess, to use Matt Rule's words. You had, I think it was late in the fourth quarter of that broadcast where you had the three-way split on the screen. And like, I don't even know how much, Chubba Purdy is even part of the conversation right now over there. So, I mean, I think what you're seeing a little bit with what Matt Rule said yesterday and kind of what Marcus Satterfield said today too, I think they're kind of doing they're pumping up their guy a little bit. And, I think there's a little bit of truth to what Satterfield was saying today, that it does seem like Heinrich Harburg is kind of getting overwhelmed by information. I mean, he's missing things that he should be seeing. Even the decisiveness of his runs the last couple games have not seemed as decisive overall as maybe, when he took over the starting job. I think he just needs to go out there and play a little bit. So, yeah, the conversations out there about whether or not another quarterback makes sense, but I don't see that happening based on the small sample size of Jeff Sims the second time around and what the coaches are saying right now.
Brunts, I heard the morning show today, and Gary asked a question that I thought was really good because I hadn't considered it after Saturday's game, and he asked, did we learn anything about Nebraska on Saturday versus Michigan State? Did you learn anything about them, or was it maybe some answers to questions that you had already had?
Well, I mean, I think you saw the flip side of the coin. I mean, I wrote this after the game that, the margin has been so thin for this team all season. And I mean, you saw that in the loss to Minnesota. You saw that in the loss to Michigan State. And you really saw that, I think, too, even in the wins. I mean, they're not a different team. This is the same team that went in and, won 3 straight. But, they made a couple plays. You had special teams hold up at the end of the bargain a little bit better in those wins. And, that's how you win close games against teams that are, not that good. I think to me that it more confirmed that, I think Nebraska just kind of is who they are right now. And, the recipe for them is trying to get as close to complementary football as they can. And to me, that's just getting 2 of the 3 phases of the game playing well. And, I think if they can do that, I think they've got a shot. But, I think more than anything, it's just, cemented in my head how thin that margin is for this team right now. And it's only a handful of plays. And, it's probably going to be the same thing against Maryland this week.
I wonder, thinking of Josh's question, Brunson, it kind of leads into what I was going to ask next, because say for Michigan, this feels like the scariest offense, or maybe next to Colorado too, the scariest offense that the Black Shirts will have seen or will see this season. But I wonder if one of the things we may have learned from Saturday is that if you have competent enough passing, teams can move the ball against this defense. Would that be a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. I think I would hope too that this team also learned that they're not the type of defense that can sit on to play on their heels.
Yeah.
Tony White was pretty clear in his press conference today about how different things were for that group in the second half. Part of that was on him and the way he was calling things. I mean, I think when Nebraska's moving forward on defense, they're forcing the issue with pressure. They look so much better and they play more confidently. I think going into this game, it seems like Nebraska's front 4 should be able to cause some issues for Maryland, but you're going to have to, get sacks when you have the opportunities to get them. You can't let plays get extended and put pressure on the backside of your defense. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think if there's one way to get this defense, it's through the air. And, I think we saw just in the way that game was called defensively, Nebraska has to be the aggressor. I mean, that's just not, they're not going to sit back there and play zone and, probably be able to stop Maryland with any kind of consistency.
Bruns, last week, Matt Rule brought up the rushing offense and how it's the best in the conference. I don't remember exactly what the context was, but it was essentially like, hey, so we're still doing something okay there. This week, they are still number 1 in the conference, but by less than a yard per game over Rutgers. And John had some really good numbers yesterday about essentially the splits, like every game up to Michigan and every game after that. And there's been a large decrease in raw production and yards per carry. How do you make sense of that? In your opinion, have the defenses caught up? I mean, certainly the option game seems to have been figured out by the opposition. What's going on with Nebraska's rushing offense, and is it something that they can improve upon in these final 3 games?
Yeah, I would need to look, and John would know this, but was that kind of the inflection point for when big plays on the ground went away? Was it the Michigan game? Did things get
the Fleeks play? Honestly, Bruns, that might be like the last. I mean, I know Harburg had a 40-whatever yard run, but that Fleeks rush is like kind of the last one, I would say.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's been part of the issue. I mean, I think you guys hit on it with the option thing. I don't think they're fooling as many teams with it. You put it on enough tape, and teams can kind of rep it. And Nebraska doesn't run it regularly enough to where, you can catch a crease if you just get a guy in the wrong gap or something like that. I mean, it's something they can kind of diagnose and be up for. So I think that's part of it. I mean, I think I've been a little surprised that they haven't gone more to the body blow approach. I mean, what did Johnson and Grant have combined? Like 27 carries in that game, 28 carries, something like that. That number feels like it probably needs to be a little bit higher. But, I think also, teams have kind of figured out, and they probably knew this pre-Michigan, but, Nebraska is not a huge threat to beat them with the passing game. So, I think it's kind of all of those factors that are causing that decrease in big plays, because I think that was kind of what was driving that average up was just, you bust one here or there, and it looks a heck of a lot different than if you're just landing body blows all game.
Should Ethan Nation be the punt returner? Inexperience be damned.
Yeah, I mean, I think, going back to that game, there was one egregious one where it was like, Billy Kemp had 20 yards of green in front of him, and Ethan Nation could have done something with that. I mean, it sounds like if Billy Kemp is healthy, they might hold Ethan Nation back, but I mean, you got to get some kind of a big play out of special teams. I mean, I think with the way that the offense is kind of struggling right now, and defense is not, is hot and cold with the turnovers. You got to force the issue a little bit more with the return. So if Billy Camp can't go or is not cleared to run, which is kind of crazy to say, you got to put Ethan Nation back there. And I think too, I understand the conversation, and you have to respect the kid's college career and how much you're going to use him. But I think now with the way the transfer portal is, you get more value at playing those guys early than, hoping for whatever is going to happen in a fifth year. I mean, I just think there's more to be gained for not only the team, but probably the kid if they can help you right away.
Hey, Brun, speaking of turnovers, I feel very comfortable in saying that in the Wisconsin game and in the Iowa game that we can look at the box score after and we can see the number of turnovers Nebraska does or doesn't have, and that will tell us if they won or lost. Can we say that, though, about this game, just given how explosive Maryland can be, even though they've been struggling over the last month?
Well, it's going to be a big factor. I mean, I think if Nebraska doesn't turn the ball over, that they're going to have a pretty strong chance to win. I mean, I think Maryland is willing to turn the ball over. They did against Penn State. I think they've done it at other times too. I was surprised that Nebraska wasn't able to do more turnover-wise against Michigan State, because they've been kind of giving the ball away as much as Nebraska had this year. But yeah, I mean, it's that, and I think it's field position. I mean, even the game against Michigan State, Nebraska was somehow even in starting field position in the third quarter, and then just got crushed over the last 4 or 5 drives. So it's turnovers, it's field position, and I think those are the two things that you got to look to right away over these last 3. Certainly in Wisconsin and Iowa. I mean, that's going to be trench warfare.
To say the least. I'm seriously wondering if we could see a 6-0 or 3-0 game on Black Friday this year, because I'm trying to figure out, how does Nebraska's offense score on Iowa? And the only way I see Iowa scoring on Nebraska, and I'm about to jinx it here, is if Nebraska turns it over in their own end and then they just kick a bunch of field goals.
Yeah, I mean, that's a game where you could probably have. I mean, would you be willing to bet that you would have more special teams and defensive touchdowns and offensive touchdowns in that game?
Oh yes,
scores.
Period. Yeah.
No, it's not gonna be pretty. I can guarantee that. But let me tell you this: my colleague Brian Christopherson, we left Mid-Spartan Stadium. He had that Northwestern Iowa game on Game Tracker, and we thought that the Wi-Fi connection when the car was really slow, but that was just the rate that they were playing at. So, that's what's going to be on Black Friday. Hide the women and children, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Northwestern literally had the ball inside the Iowa 1-yard line for about 5 minutes and never did score. Because I had the actual Peacock broadcast. By the way, friends, this week's game is on Peacock.
People forget.
During the call-in show, and I kept looking over going, have they scored yet? No. Have they stopped him yet? No, they're still. It just never ended. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. Brunsy, we always appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Bye, Bruns.
Michael Bruns joining us on the 42 Degrees, the Source hotline. Yeah. And I don't know what to make of Wisconsin.
They are down to their backup quarterback as well, and year one not going.
Will Allen be back for that game?
Great question. Very, very, very good question. Yeah, they've taken a huge step back, man. Obviously the whole division has, and so that's like the positive. But the negative is that they can't turn the ball over. I'm serious. John, there's a part of me that when we do keys, I might just talk about turnovers for all 5. because I really do think that that's what it's going to come down to. I know that the defense looked a little bit off. They didn't look like themselves. The takeaways, which they had been having over the month of October, those also dried up. But it comes down to the turnovers by the offense. They gave the ball away too many times, and they only lost by 3. You know, if they can stop turning the ball over, they will go to a bowl game. It's just, can they stop turning the ball over? Because I think that they can find enough production to score a touchdown, you know, if not 2. They can do that. It's just, can they keep the ball?
Coming up tonight, we've got Creighton basketball. Jay's going through their warm-ups right now. They'll play Florida A&M in the season opener. We'll have coverage starting at 6 p.m. with our Blue Jay shoot-around show. Jimmy Chavez is our new host this season. In fact, I'm calling this the Jimmy's John broadcast, because we have Jimmy, then me, then Jimmy Allen.
Then Jimmy again.
Yeah, so the Jimmy's Johns broadcast. But that'll all be tonight on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. When we come back, we have more on Sign Stealer Guy.
Yes.
Including his turn as a vacuum salesman, and a little bit more on the documents that apparently were shared in between Big Ten schools trying to steal Michigan's signs.
Very normal stuff.
And what all of this means. It means that the Big Ten will never not be dramatic and never not be filled with scandal. The Big Ten, the new Southwest Conference. 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. Their large showroom at 119th and I is indoors, allows you to shop inside during all kinds of weather conditions. New and pre-owned inventory, stylish SUVs that fit the whole family comfortably, to capable trucks to get the job done. Woodhouse Buick GMC has something for everyone, and I mean everyone. And right now they have a 23 Buick Envision Preferred all-wheel drive for you, which has more than enough style, power, and technology to make every day an occasion. Plus, you can save $22.50 off MSRP right now. See dealer for details. If a truck is in your future, the 23 GMC Yukon with Super Cruise driver assistant technology is one of the features that helps you get the job done. Shop Woodhouse GMC first. Huge indoor showroom, 119th and I, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
With over 45 years in business, Thrasher Foundation Repair makes stressful home repairs super easy with precise repair and genuine care. From basement waterproofing to foundation repair, concrete restoration, and crawl space repair, you can count on Thrasher to handle it with ease and expertise. Schedule a free estimate today at gothrasher.com.
Precise repair, genuine care. Thrasher.
Do you hear what we hear? Omaha Steaks has tons of jobs and hours. Right now, we're hiring for a variety of seasonal positions in our warehouses. Make this holiday extra jolly with a great employee discount on gourmet foods you can use all year long. To view available job openings and to apply online, go to omahasteaks.com/jobs or text steaks to 22633 to apply today. 'Tis the season to make some holiday cash at Omaha Steaks.
Hi, this is Kathy Canoyer. 'Tis the season at Glass House Market within Canoyer Garden Center. We'd like to be a part of your family's holiday tradition. Whether you're looking for a gift for that special someone or a wreath for your front door, we'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market full of Christmas decor, novelty items, and fresh greens. Shop Glass House Market, located within Canoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Canoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Say it's the time of year to catch big fish in Nebraska. Zzz, blip, and go visit a state parkland. This time of year, larger game fish are putting on the fat reserves for the upcoming cold weather season and are more apt to be caught. And Nebraska's 76 area state parklands, the grounds to those remain open for all kinds of outdoor recreation, including camping. So come see us. That's it. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back. John Bishop back here at CHI Health Center. Josh and Nick back in our wonderful studios at 50th and Capitol. Is the sun shining now? It was cloudy when I got to Omaha today. How about that?
The blind is closed.
You know, when you're imprisoned here in cell block D.
God!
Close that.
It's too bright, John.
I don't like that.
Well, I could, if you could share some of that light in here, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
it's the time of the year now, and I imagine other listeners are getting very annoyed that we keep talking about the weather. But you know what? We're gonna keep doing it, at least for the foreseeable future. Where I come to the office with the sunglasses, and then I have to remember I can just leave these in the car. I don't need them after work. It's pretty pointless to have sunglasses at 6 o'clock when we leave the studio.
It sure is.
Yeah, especially Nick when you leave the studio at like 8:30 after you figure out that volleyball stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna be a late night.
Yeah, indeed.
It is going to be a late night.
But
it's going to be a very late
John,
night.
is it going to be a late night for you?
Yeah, John.
Yeah, going to be a very late night.
Nice.
I haven't seen any bugs in here, though. I haven't seen any bugs in the studio, though. So
There's a dead one over here next to my keys.
Is it one that you killed?
No, I didn't murder this one. I blame Handley
Well,
for
it's next
it.
to your keys, though, Josh.
That's where I set my keys, Nick. I saw it when I put the keys down.
We're going to need a tiny
Colonel
baby
Mustard
chalk outline.
with the keys in the pantry.
An email from Matt says, we are eating Thanksgiving dinner Friday, and we are Hawkeye fans, but agree with you, turkey tryptophan in Nebraska versus Iowa will be passed out by the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, we're doing Thanksgiving on Friday, too.
We're doing Christmas on Black Friday with because my brothers and their wives, they will not be
their wives.
They won't be coming into Nebraska, John, for Christmas this year. Don't have that look on your face. I can see you're scrunched up.
It's
what,
gross.
John? We want to celebrate Christmas as a family.
Does that mean the Christmas tree's coming down after that, too?
Nick, the Christmas tree went up in our apartment last night because of this.
Oh, no.
God.
What? Why is this such a bad thing?
This is sadistic.
No, it's not.
Messed
We've
up.
also
Call it-
done a
you know
lot of
what?
Christmas
You know what?
shopping. We're getting close to being done.
Call
Very
it
nice.
Super Thanksgiving. Call it Super
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
We're doing
where you give-
gifts.
Thanksgiving.
I can't wait
That's
to
what I'm
give.
saying.
I can't wait
On
to give gifts.
On Super Thanksgiving, you can give gifts. I was watching, there was a video. You know how you get the reaction videos of long-suffering fans who watch their team win a championship. And there was this Rangers fan who was throwing a fit on his floor, and there was a Christmas tree up. That was last week.
Wow.
This is the and now I'm getting triggered because I'll sit there, like last night, had the football game on in the background. Not a great game to watch. So, I'm doing some work and just kind of listening. And now
Christmas
every
tree.
freaking commercial has that Christmassy theme
Yep.
to it in the background.
Hey, don't forget while you're getting Christmas gifts to stop at Starbucks and get a $9 cup of coffee. Actually, it's not coffee. We don't even call it coffee anymore.
They don't have coffee at Starbucks?
They do. I think John's just having an old man take.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I mean, their coffee sucks, but I didn't realize they got rid of it.
Yeah.
They should.
Well,
It's so bad.
They just don't call it that anymore.
Jimmy writes
It just bugs me that
what?
just let Thanksgiving have November.
Nick, my family won't be there. I won't see my brothers on Christmas
No, I
morning.
understand.
Well, maybe
but just
that's a
in
you
general.
problem. Maybe they don't want to see you on Christmas. That's why they're deciding,
they
what, we're
came
just
to
going to get
Omaha
the H
for
out of
both
here.
holidays
It's like
last year. It's expensive. The travel's expensive.
The second Halloween happens, it's just the floodgates of Christmas cheer pour through
Wow.
the
See,
world.
I am noticing something about both of you and that you're just miserable SOBs.
Wow.
People are happy. What's up with all the happiness in the
Let
air?
Thanksgiving happen.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
It's
Why
all
people
for,
can't be happy at Thanksgiving?
yeah.
I love Thanksgiving. It's my favorite holiday.
It's because it's not genuine Christmas cheer most of the time. It's just companies trying to get you to buy things early.
Nick, you work at a radio station that is built on advertising. Jimmy writes, people who don't like Christmas in November had bad Christmases when they were younger.
No, my Christmases were great.
John definitely had miserable Christmases.
That is the dumbest reasoning I've ever heard.
But it's
People who
true.
don't like Christmas in November. No, we just I like my seasons.
Oh, is that what it is?
I like my seasons.
No one is canceling Thanksgiving.
It feels like it.
No,
this is a war on Thanksgiving.
I don't understand this. I love celebrating
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. It's just commercials for Christmas stuff. Doesn't mean you don't buy gifts for Thanksgiving, Nick. That's not a thing.
No, but Thanksgiving is more about being with the family.
Yes,
Christmas
I saw.
seems a little too consumer.
I saw. Now this is going to be great because I look forward to seeing what John is going to do with this piece of information. I saw a commercial, John,
Here we go.
celebrating Thanksgiving, and guess who it was from?
I don't know.
Popeyes. They said, "Hey, it's Thanksgiving. Don't forget to buy our turkey."
That's because that was for next year's Thanksgiving. Because the
You
only way you're
jerk.
going to get that turkey in time for Thanksgiving is for next year's Thanksgiving. My son discovered that too and said, "Hey, Dad, what do you think about a Popeyes
We should
turkey
try
for
it.
Thanksgiving?" I said, "Hell no."
Taste Test Wednesday, the Thanksgiving turkey from Popeyes.
I
I'm not
would
gonna
like
s-
to.
I
like
bet
turkey.
I bet that thing's like $35-$40.
Probably.
Is it
I'm
breaded
gonna
like the
spend
chicken?
that much at a damn
It's
turkey.
it's like they do all the stuff for you. You just put it in the oven and cook it.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know
Yes,
they did that.
exactly, Nick.
Yeah,
What
yeah, they
I'm
do
not
everything.
anti-Popeyes.
Yeah, they do everything for you, including accost you when you dare to order something.
Hell yeah.
You'll get that when we feel like it.
Nice. Thank you, Popeyes.
And then
Thank you, Popeyes, Daddy.
And they'll spit in the dressing.
Yeah, it's tasty though. Let's see. A text from the 402. Why don't we light off fireworks the entire month of June and July? Hashtag ban November Christmas. But random texter that didn't sign your name, that's what we do. People are blowing off fireworks all the
people
time in
ignore
the
fireworks.
summer.
You don't like it. But
I
you don't
don't.
like it.
I don't.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I'll give you. Let's do a little trade. We'll stop the blowing up of the fireworks all June and July if you give me my Thanksgiving back.
John, I have not canceled your Thanksgiving.
Yes, you have.
For me,
Because just me knowing that you're going to be celebrating Christmas.
I can't
on
wait to
Black
do
Friday
Christmas morning. Well, we're doing
is
it
gonna-
at night, actually, after the Nebraska game.
It's going to hurt my heart.
It's not giving you
You're gonna
Christmas
hurt my
cheer.
heart.
see what I don't.
No, because the Nebraska-Iowa game will be on, and that won't be giving
No,
anybody.
but John,
cheer.
we're doing it after the game because my sister-in-law and my youngest brother, they're going to the game. It sounds like I'll be going to the game as well,
Oh.
rooting on the Big Red in person,
Go Hawks.
flipping off the Iowa people.
Go Hawks.
Just kidding, I wouldn't do that. And then after that, after Nebraska wins 2-0, we'll come home and we'll open gifts.
See, why I don't like it is November is the last bastion of fall.
Yeah.
The best season. And it feels like people are just trying to jump ahead from fall to crappy ass winter.
Definitely not.
Oh, you mean like how Josh likes to skip my summer so he can get to football season?
I haven't
This is-
skipped anything.
This is all starting to
Nick,
make
now when
way
we start
too much
talking about
sense.
Christmas in November, we need Thanksgiving music. So find a good Thanksgiving song that you can
See,
play.
that's the be- That's the
There are
best
a
thing
lot.
about Thanksgiving. Outside of Adam Sandler, there are no Thanksgiving
there is.
songs.
Oh, Nick says there are. Is it from Taylor Swift? No.
Well, if they were, they would probably better done by someone else.
Kevin writes, my coworker swears by the Popeyes turkey. Several years ago, it was 50. I wouldn't be shocked if it was 60 now. It's not breaded, but as similar to their blackened chicken. He brought me leftovers the Monday after Thanksgiving, and they were still great. That sounds delicious.
I'm not going to pay that. I mean, I don't care who it's from. I'm not paying that much for a damn turkey.
John, they make it for you, though. They cook it. I thought,
No,
wait,
they
I thought,
don't.
wait. I
No,
thought
no,
you
no, no,
loved
they don't.
turkey. I
No,
thought
no, no,
turkey
no.
was good.
No. They don't. You just said that Popeyes does not cook it for you.
They don't. What did I
Because-
say? I meant they season it and stuff. My bad.
You can season it yourself if you're
Alice's
smart. You know what to do.
Restaurant. That's a Thanksgiving song.
Alice's Restaurant?
What the hell does
Yes.
that have to do with Thanksgiving?
I don't
See,
know.
that's the problem. That's the problem with these alleged Thanksgiving songs is you don't know that they're Thanksgiving songs. I mean, at least with Christmas songs, you know exactly. They all have Christmas or Noel or
Or Baby It's Cold Outside.
Canceled.
That's
not problematic at all.
Brett writes, I love Thanksgiving and I love Christmas. My birthday is in August, and it feels like Christmas displays are being set up around my birthday. Christmas needs to chill. That's not true.
It does.
We
It
do
does.
Halloween crap in August. That triggers me.
I feel like the Halloween stuff comes out later every year.
No, it's earlier.
When I worked at Home Depot, we were
It's
setting
like
up
Happy Independence Day. Now it's time for Halloween.
We set up Halloween stuff at the beginning of October, and then by mid-October, we started setting up Christmas stuff too.
Mm.
The Halloween stuff came down before Halloween when I worked there.
By the way, David writes, tell Nick that Alice's Restaurant is not a Thanksgiving song. Uh-oh. We are of music debate continuing.
No, it wasn't written specifically as a Thanksgiving song, but it became kind of a Thanksgiving tradition.
Okay.
In like the 60s and 70s.
If you go to the Wikipedia page for the song and you Control F and search Thanksgiving, there are 16 different references of Thanksgiving. It's an 18.5-minute song.
Yeah, it's a long song.
Holy God.
Ew.
I don't know if I've ever heard of this song.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all.
And then Katie writes, this is America. I can celebrate whatever holiday whenever I dang want it. There you go, John.
Oh, now you preach about your freedoms.
Oh, cool. Then I'm
Fine.
going to celebrate our floating holiday tomorrow. See you later, guys.
Nick, we're always okay with you taking a day off.
I mean, you pretty much did that during the crossover today.
Boom! Roasted.
That's fair.
Got him.
You got me.
Well played, John.
Okay.
Wow, that was a great segment.
All because Josh told us he was going to celebrate Christmas on Black Friday.
Sicko.
Sorry that I love my family and I can't wait. I want to see the look on their face in person when they get a gift from me. I like buying gifts for people. It's about their faces, not mine. Yeah.
Well, that's because you don't want to look at your face.
That's definitely true. That's definitely
All
true.
right. So coming up, is Nebraska lucky to have the wins they have, or are they unlucky in some of the losses that they've had? It's based on a communication between friends of the Grum, and we'll explain and have more as we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this November the 7th,
Yes.
which is 3 weeks away from Thanksgiving.
2 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away from Thanksgiving.
No, it should be.
No, it's
right?
No, it's 16 days away, John. It's almost here.
Okay, that's right. It is the 23rd this year.
Yep, it's early.
Or whatever it is.
People forget it's on a Thursday every
See,
year.
that's the other
Nick, classic.
That's the other great thing about Thanksgiving is it doesn't always land on the same day because Thanksgiving wasn't born on a certain day.
That's great. It's always a Thursday, though,
always a
like how
Thursday.
Christmas should always be a Friday and how the 4th of July should also always be a Friday. Thank you for reminding me of that, John. Great take.
You know what? I'm going to remind you of something more important, and that is that Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley is the home of the Chevy Silverado 1500 with Turbo Max engine. They're getting new supplies all the time. I had a chance to drive this just last week. Again, it's a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine in a full-size truck. If you would have said this to me a few years ago, I would have said you're nuts, but this thing can really haul. It's got over 300 horsepower, over 400 pound-feet of torque, and as you step on that accelerator, it picks up and it moves right away. And more importantly is it has the torque, it has the power to trailer up to 9,500 pounds. So that takes care of most of your campers, a lot of trailers. So if you're looking for a truck, but you don't necessarily need everything that a diesel or a V8, try the fuel economy with the Turbo Max in the Chevy Silverado right now from Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley. Up to 22 miles per gallon on the highway in 2-wheel drive. Visit Woodhouse Chevy today, Omaha or Missouri Valley, and experience the Silverado with Turbo Max for yourself. You can schedule a test drive today and see their entire selection of tough Chevy trucks at woodhouse.com. Find new roads in a Chevy Silverado 1500 with Turbo Max at Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley or 112th and Dodge in Omaha. Online at woodhouse.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, we've got a crash on northbound 480 at Martha Street causing delays. Also, an accident has the right lane blocked on Northwest Radial at Hamilton. Some road work still has L Street down to just one lane for both directions between 24th and 33rd. And then road work also causing delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and Rose Blumpkin Drive. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Someone just won a beautiful new blue truck playing Trucks and Bucks 2023. So there are only 3 trucks left. Better get to a Nebraska Lottery retailer, buy a ticket, and play today. Top prize odds, 1 in 336,000.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
How many oysters can you down? 12, 24, 36? Test your limit at Shuck's Fish House on Wednesday and Thursday during Oyster Fest. You can get 36 oysters for only $24. Bring a friend and your appetite. Find out more at shucksfishhouse.com.
I'm Andrew Siciliano with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Chargers shut down the Jets 27-6 on Monday Night Football to move to 4-4 and wrap up Week 9. Austin Eckler runs for a couple of touchdowns. The Chargers defense sacks Zach Wilson 8 times. Meanwhile, the Jets go 3 for 17 on third down, and they fall to 4-4. An MRI Monday confirms Giants quarterback Daniel Jones has a torn ACL. It happened in Vegas. Daniel Jones will miss the remainder of the season. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon says the team plans to start Kyler Murray at quarterback this week against the Falcons. Gannon says that Arizona's going to activate Murray, who is coming back from a torn ACL of his own, off injured reserve on Wednesday. And after that big comeback, just 5 days after being traded to Minnesota, Vikings quarterback Josh Dobbs will start Week 10. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Draw blood from the stone, so the battle is won.
Did I see last night where the New York Football Jets gave up less than 250 yards of offense, got more than 3 sacks, didn't allow any plays offensively or 20 or more yards, and yet lost by 20 points or more? First time in NFL history that has ever happened.
Yeah. Not great.
No, not great at all. The Jets are a weird team, and I get it. You know, they're without, you know,
Aaron
Rodgers, but
he was throwing on the sideline. Did you see that?
He walked.
But it makes you wonder, even with Aaron Rodgers, if still some of this weirdness, because it's not like any of those numbers, you know, they're good defensive numbers, but then, you know, your special teams gave up a score last night.
John, remember their offensive line? Like, it showed itself.
Yeah.
The warts of the offensive line showed itself on literally the first or second play of the season for them, and then of course the you know, the tear of the Achilles that happened, you know, on play number 4 or whatever it was. So, yeah, I mean, I think that they would be better, but I mean, they still wouldn't be. They probably have a similar record. I think that they'd be a better team, but maybe a similar record over the course of the entire season. You know.
Yeah, probably. So there was this back and forth between a couple of friends of the Grum, including our good friend Stu Manji, the man behind the Stu Manji Sports Bureau, who, by the way, I got to spit this out because Stu Manji is just, I mean, you accuse me of bringing up stats that make us look like sickos.
Yes.
Here's a sicko stat for you. Since 2004, Nebraska's turnover margin is minus 111. That's 20 seasons, friends.
Yeah.
Minus 111. The next closest Power 5 team. Like you guess what their turnover margin is? So Nebraska's minus 111.
Yeah.
The next worst Power 5 team since 2004, what is their turnover margin?
Minus 69.
Nick?
Nice. Let's go minus 75.
Josh is closer, but you're both over. It's minus 61.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So Nebraska essentially has more than double the.
They have 5 more turnovers.
Yeah.
Or not 5, 50 more turnovers.
Yeah.
So that's so what, 50 divided by 20, that's 4. So an
3.
average of minus, right?
3.
4 per year?
60 divided by 20 is 3.
No, a 50 divided by.
Oh, by 20?
50 divided by 20 because I'm going per year.
Oh, okay.
Right? Well, either way. Yeah, I mean, it's insane.
You know what's crazy too, man? Like, they're not the worst program in college football over the last 20 years.
No.
They went to a lot of bowl games. They went to more bowl games than not in that stretch. Since 2004, they have now missed, I believe, what's the number? 8 bowl games. So that means they've made 12. And yet they're that.
Not to bring the Bo Leavers out of the woodwork, but it does make you appreciate, because a lot of those Bo teams had bad turnover margins, yet they managed to win games.
What explains that? Like, it's one thing, again, the real bad programs are going to have a lot of, like, similar metrics, I think, from season to season, right? Like, I'm guessing if you look at the worst programs in college football over the last 20 years, I'm guessing they're going to have horrific rush yard per carry or per game stats. I'm guessing that those numbers would be pretty horrible. I'm guessing you could probably say they're actually really bad at stopping the run as well. Third down conversions. And yet this one, I think, is wild that Nebraska, again, have they won a conference title? No. Have they had some really good teams? Oh, yes. And they have finished in the top 25 more than what, 3 or 4 times in that span.
Oh, yeah.
And yet, like, no matter if it's Callahan or Bo Pelini or Mike Riley or Scott Frost or Matt Rule, 5 coaches since 2004, they're always bad at turning the ball over. Always. And they're always bad, I mean, theoretically, I guess, at getting takeaways too, that they just haven't been able to match those numbers. It's wild how it just, no matter who the head coach is, that is something that happens.
Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to go down that rabbit hole, but I was remembering as I was going to quote Stu Manji here, I did want to
give him a shout out
that statistic. But he had a tweet after the game on Saturday that said Nebraska may still make a bowl game, but man, the Minnesota and Michigan State games are going to make them sick once the season is over. They're for the taking. So he's picking 2 of the 4 losses, and certainly the 2 closest losses that Nebraska had, Minnesota and Michigan State. To which Nickel Trader on Twitter responded, counterpoint. We're going to look back at Illinois, Northwestern, and Purdue and be grateful we got some W's considering how bad we played. So is Nebraska fortunate that they managed to win those 3 games, all with negative turnover margins, the subject we were just talking about, all with decreasing production from the offense in the numbers we had yesterday about how the rushing totals and the yards per play totals have all been coming down since the first month of the season? Or is Nebraska unfortunate because the Minnesota and the Michigan State games specifically were ones that got away?
And I'll throw
which is closer to the truth.
Yeah, and let's throw out another couple things before we answer the question. So the Purdue win was by 17 points. They won the game 31-14, and the game actually was, I would say that the final score is not indicative of what kind of football game that was. It probably should have been closer to like a 31-7 type affair, given what we saw happen late, if not maybe an outright shutout. The Illinois game, they won that game 20-7, right? Again, a game that is not indicative of the final score. So the point I'm trying to make with those 2 in particular, before we even get to Northwestern, is that they dominated those. And there was, in my opinion, there was very little doubt throughout the second halves of either of those games that they were going to lose. Once they blocked the field goal against Purdue, that game was toast. And I'll be honest, I never really gave much credence to the bedwetting that I saw on Twitter. Oh my gosh, they're going to lose to Illinois. Like I wasn't worried about that. And even the Northwestern game, John, like they didn't look very good for large stretches. And there was a world where they were going to win that one by double digits. Weren't they up 17-6 late in that game after the Malachi Coleman touchdown? So even in that game, they're up by more than 10 points. And so all of that preamble to get to this point, there's a world where I'm like, the answer is obviously the losses. The answer is obviously the Michigan State loss and the Minnesota loss, because those games, they were there for the taking. I would say less so Saturday and more so the Minnesota game in terms of game control. This most recent game seemed to have like the least amount of game control for Nebraska since, outside of Michigan, since the Colorado game, whereas the Minnesota one, like, I did not think that they were going to lose until the very end of the game. It took until like the fumble, I think it took until the interception by Jeff Sims where I actually thought that they were going to lose the game. So like, there's a part of me that says that that's the easy answer, but man, there's also the part of me that says for weeks, you and I have discussed that they can't keep getting away with this, and they kept getting away with this in terms of the raw turnovers.
Right, because the Purdue game easily could have started much differently, as could have the Northwestern game.
Oh, yeah.
Based on the early turnovers, and Nebraska probably should have had one more turnover in the Purdue game that was inside the 20. And then, we had the video from a few weeks ago. There were a lot of close calls in terms of, interceptions that could have, would have, should have been made in the Illinois game that could have turned that around. So, there's a lot that you can your point about game control is valid, because I agree with you. Even in that spot where they were, crapping themselves against Purdue for that, 4-minute stretch, I never felt like, okay, they're going to have to do this at least 2 more times because Purdue is not going to be able to move the ball against this defense.
Correct.
And they never did. So
that was my thought.
Never really felt that game was in jeopardy, like you said, after the blocked field goal. Northwestern, yeah, it was tied at halftime. But again, you never felt like, okay, Northwestern's going to be able to, move this football. Once Nebraska got the lead, they were going to be okay. And Illinois, again, even despite a lot of the close calls when it comes to interceptions, and then, of course, all the fumbles that happened in the second half, Illinois wasn't moving the ball particularly well. So, yes, in game control, they probably had game control on Illinois for 90% of that game, or at least it seemed like it. Northwestern, certainly in the second half.
Yeah.
And Purdue, probably second quarter on.
Yes.
Right? Had it. Minnesota's interesting because I thought, first half, outside of one drive, Nebraska didn't move it that well. So it was kind of 50-50, but then in the third quarter, really late second half, as Nebraska should have scored before Sims threw the interception, third quarter into the fourth, yes, absolutely. They had the control of that game, or at least it felt like they had control of that game. But the idea of being lucky to have the ones you have versus unlucky to have those other two, man, it's tough for me.
It's a fun question. It really is good.
It is.
Because the answer is obviously both. The answer is both. It's just, if it's a scale, is there one that you would say is 51% and the other is 49? Like Tony says, I honestly believe both of those statements are true. I think we're going to look back at the Michigan State, Minnesota games and look at the turnover margin between the 3 wins and be in disbelief. I think the answer, John, it's, not to say wait till the end of the season, but there is a part of me that says, let's get to the end of the season. And I think then we'll have our answer, because if Nebraska were to lose out, let's say they lose 4 in a row, the answer would be, oh my gosh, how in the world did you let the Michigan State and or Minnesota games, not to mention one of these upcoming 3 games, how did you let that one go against you? And I think that then the Minnesota game will take on this whole extra weight. If they make it to a bowl game, though, at 6-6, especially, but even at 7-5, I think then that there will be a large appreciation for, wow, can you believe they ripped off that winning streak in the middle of the season after that Michigan loss, and they did so when they were turning the ball over at an incredibly high clip. I guess part of this answer too, John, if they end up winning 1 or 2 games, in the final 3, and they also turn the ball over a bunch in that, like that's just who they are. But if they were to pick up a win versus a Wisconsin or pick up a win versus Iowa, and they don't turn the ball over, maybe it would give us even more of an appreciation for how in the world they were able to find a way to get those wins when they turned the ball over however many times against Illinois, however many times against Purdue, and however many times against Northwestern.
I mean, Josh, if you think about it, when you compare all of these games, and again, we're talking the Michigan State, the Minnesota losses specifically, and then the 3 wins against Northwestern, Purdue, and Illinois. Look at those 5 teams. You could throw those 5 teams into a bucket, and in terms of ranking them 1 to 5, I think you can throw those 5 teams in a bucket, and whatever order you come out with, you could say, yeah, I could see that, and then throw those names back in the bucket and redraw them and do another ranking of the 5, and you could say, yeah, I could see that too.
Agreed.
Because among those 5 teams, there's not a team that just stands out and says, wow, these guys are clearly much better.
Agreed.
Or this team is clearly much worse. And the same can be said with Nebraska. You could throw Nebraska into that bucket and say the same thing. You could take those 6 teams and draw them out of a hat, and you could look at those rankings and say, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
And then redraw them later and say, yeah, I could see that. I mean, the teams are very, very similar. Some of them have very similar flaws to each other, and others have flaws where others don't. But honestly, outside of things like Nebraska's run defense, I can't think of, and I have to think hard about, some of the other teams, but there's not a lot of things that any of those teams do really, really well. Nebraska's run defense, I can say, yes, they do that really, really well. But
real quick, are you including Iowa in this discussion or everyone?
I mean, no, I was just talking about those 6 teams. I'm talking about the 5 teams Nebraska's played and Nebraska, right? Yeah, certainly with Iowa, you can just say in general defense they do really, really well.
Teams, yeah.
But of the 5 teams we've been discussing, the games we've been discussing, and Nebraska, what does Minnesota do that's really, really well?
Yeah,
what does Northwestern do that's really, really well?
Yeah, I would say that Northwestern, the thing they do well is compete, because I'm stunned that they have been able to do it. But that's not like something that I can point to that's like tangible.
Minnesota was pretty good about reading signs for a while.
Minnesota
Stealing
was?
Signs, not Minnesota, Michigan.
That's okay, Nick. Yeah. And sorry, they weren't in this discussion.
Sorry.
No, Michigan is definitely not.
They're very good at a lot of things.
I heard you say Minnesota, and then my brain went Michigan, and then I wanted to make the continue.
Let me put it to you this way: you could build an all-star team from those 6 schools and play Michigan, and then they're not beating Michigan.
And we'd still ask, what do those teams do well? We'd still ask, what is that team of the hodgepodge bastardized version of Nebraska and their 5 opponents so far in that regard? What do they do well?
Right.
Yeah.
Because
none of them have good quarterback play.
Right. Because the one thing that Nebraska does really, really well, Michigan exploited in that game. Michigan was able to run the ball very easily.
Yeah, it will.
I mean, they didn't bust any huge plays, but they just 4, 5, 6, 7 yards every time. Just so consistent. That's what they did. So, not to fudge on the answer, but, I saw Brad write, both things are true. Even Mike Farron opined, yes.
Oh,
I mean,
thank you, Mike.
It's true, though. I mean, you really could look at it both ways. Charlie writes, I'm leaning towards thanking my lucky stars. It's just not a very good team right now. Injuries on offense, including what happened to be a mental injury for Sims, makes it hard to get too upset about the losses. Overall, encouraged by what I'm seeing from Rule and company.
I think my answer is the kicking themselves one. I think I lean that way just again because of the game control aspect, but I have no issue if someone wants to say, how they were able. It's not just that they won 1 game or even 2, but that they went 3-0. If you replay those games and they turn the ball over that many times, at different moments, I just don't find them going 3-0 again. And eventually, obviously, it caught up with them.
And the ultimate answer to this question might be determined after these last 3 games.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%.
Because I think these last 3 games, I mean, like, for example, Maryland, they can throw the ball. Tagovailoa is a really good quarterback. This is a team that can move the ball. They've played good teams well in some cases. Iowa has a really good defense and special teams. Wisconsin, you can almost throw into that same bucket, that we were talking about earlier. Is like, what does Wisconsin do that's really, really good? I don't know if there is one thing they do that's really, really good. So, ultimately, I think the answer may come over these next 3 games, because I have a feeling that 1, 2, or all 3 of these games are going to be able to fit in one of these 2 buckets.
Yeah, and if they get to a bowl game, you look and say, hey, it's wild that they overcame it. If they miss a bowl game, then we'll look back and say, wow, they should have won the Minnesota game.
Right.
It would have put them in a bowl game.
Yeah. I mean, I could certainly look back at this game against Maryland and say, man, they let that one get away. Or
how did they do it again?
How did they do it again? And I could say the same thing for Wisconsin. I could say the same thing for Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a fascinating question, but like I said, the answer may not come until after we're all said and done.
Yeah,
and
Brian says
if there's a bowl game or not.
If we get to a bowl, the only takeaway will be, man, what a difference a coach makes. We'll look back and say the last 2 coaches would have lost more of those games. And that's certainly true too.
You know what? I would say, Josh, even if they don't win any of these last 3 games, I would still say what a difference a coach makes.
100%. That they're already at 5, that would be the disappointment, right? Is that they would be 5 with a third of the season left and miss a bowl game. But yeah, I would say that the difference in coaching has already showed up so far.
All right, coming up next, it is time for the football hot take market.
Ooh, here we go.
Oh, you mean John's one take that he always shares all the time market?
Yes. Nick, thank you. That's the exact take market that we're going to. Hey guys, did you know that John thinks that reviews should be challenge based only? That will also show up in hot take market today.
Oh, okay.
I did that one time. And that was branching off on
yes,
a point
because
that
it's
had been
soapbox
made.
market for you, John. This is supposed to be hot take market. I got a spicy one next in our segment. A spicy.
Yeah, I bet it's real spicy.
Yes, and I haven't given this take before on the air. It'll be fun.
Is it like white people spicy or is it actual
spicy?
Spicy?
Good question, Nick. I think this is actual spicy. We'll find out.
On 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Hyannis? Thank God you had Terry Keneally, or we would not like you in Omaha. Just telling you.
I feel like Nebraska City's one of us.
I mean, Hemingford? You should have just gone to Wyoming. Why did you insist on staying in Nebraska? Same with you people in Whitney. Just go to Wyoming.
Go consolidate your schools.
Yeah. You know what, Crawford? You're not good enough for Wyoming. Just go to South Dakota.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Knoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday evening forecast will include partly cloudy skies along with comfortable conditions. Temperatures will be cooling into the mid-50s after sunset under partly cloudy skies. For tonight, clearing with chances of patchy fog around daybreak. Expect an overnight low temperature of 49 degrees. Mild conditions will continue for your Wednesday afternoon. Partly cloudy skies with a stronger northwest wind. Expect an afternoon high of 63. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash blocking the right lane on westbound I-80 just past Q Street. Also a wreck on westbound Pacific at 114th. An accident on Northwest Radial at Hamilton, affecting northbound and southbound commuters. Delays on southbound 480 between Leavenworth and Woolworth. Delays on southbound 680 between Blondo and Dodge. And traffic down to just one lane for both directions on L Street between 24th and 33rd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Follow your path in the Mazda CX-30 at Woodhouse Mazda. This crossover comes with an available SkyActiv G 2.5 turbo engine delivering up to 250 horsepower. Paired with the standard iActive all-wheel drive, the Mazda CX-30 offers dynamic performance that make every journey worth savoring. Shop Woodhouse Mazda during the Season of Inspiration event, starting MSRP $26,669. 2 convenient locations in Bellevue and West Omaha. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
From sports medicine to spine, bone, and joint problems, Nebraska Medicine is your home for the region's most comprehensive orthopedic care. Our specialists have the unmatched expertise to diagnose and treat common and complex problems, with surgery being a last resort. With multiple locations, our leading care is miles ahead, yet close to home. For orthopedic advances, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/ortho.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is two $25 vouchers for just $25 to 72 Table and Tap. Try one of the 20 beers on tap or any of the 150 whiskeys. They also serve salads, tasty bar food, flatbreads, pizzas, sandwiches, and desserts. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, and repeat.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'd love to hang out with your kid.
On 1620 The Zone.
Nick.
Oh, it's not
Sad.
Sorry, John, we know what you're going to do. It might as well just be a normal break.
There we go. Well played, Nick.
Oh,
well
the
played.
whining and the crying, the whining and the crying. But I told you I was going to have some numbers.
Okay, give it to us, John.
Numbers attached to this. Now, we all like to make fun of Iowa, and we will continue to like to make fun of the Iowa offense.
Do we?
And how terrible it is.
Is it?
But
Yes,
can we
it is.
save just a little bit of mockery for LSU and their defense? Because I could make the point that as embarrassing as the Iowa offense is in college football, that the LSU defense is in the same ballpark. And I got numbers. So I went back and looked at the two deeps, right? And this is their average star rating. Iowa 2.1. This is their offensive two-deep depth chart, 2.14. LSU, and I even put USC on here because that we truly know is a bad defense. LSU's defense average star rating is 3.41. They've got 10 4-stars. They've got 2 5-stars. That's the 2 5-stars are almost more than all of the 3 and 4, 5 and 4 stars that Iowa's offense has combined. Yet LSU is putting up some historically bad numbers. We'll get to that graphic in just a minute. Here is their points per game allowed. Now, the one year that spikes up there in the middle, that's 2020.
I know who the coordinator was that year.
Yeah, that was 2020.
That was Bo Pelini, all you dorks.
But LSU's defense is giving up 28 points per game. It's 87th in the nation. This would be the worst by an LSU team in a full season since before 2009. With all of that star power, all of that talent. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the LSU defense is Kelly's Smellies. Look at this guy sitting on the toilet, just like Jeff Bridges or Jeff Daniels in Dumb and Dumber. Does LSU even still play defense? Remember when LSU used to be good at defense? So I'm not saying they're as bad as Iowa's offense. I'm just saying we should save at least a little bit of the scorn and the mockery that we do for the Iowa offense for the LSU defense, because they're a hell of a lot more talented than the Iowa Hawkeye offense is. The numbers don't lie.
That's not a hot take. It's just
It is a hot take.
It's just you want people to
That is a
bitch
hot
about
take.
them more often.
Is it a
That's
hot
a
take
hot
if you
take.
have stats to back it up?
Yeah, no, thank you, Nick. Great point.
That's just a take.
It's just a take.
So you're not supposed to bring any facts to your opinion?
No, it's just this is This is you wanting to do the whole, why does the national media make fun of bad offense but not bad defense?
The whole point of this segment is supposed to be editorializing.
I'm
That's
saying
the bit.
bad. I'm saying bad LSU defense. I mean, that was a mockery. Jalen Milroe had 155 yards, averaged 7.5 yards a carry. He had more than half of his season yardage total in one game.
Let me ask you this question. If I hadn't been pro Brian Kelly, do you think that you would have brought this up?
No,
because
I think I would have brought up
USC's USC's defense is much more of an embarrassment, given that the Washington running back, he rushed for 199 yards before even getting touched on Saturday. LSU's defense was bad. USC's defense was atrocious.
Stinky.
Very stinky.
Yeah. Kelly's Smellies.
Plus it has a typical bad nickname from Bishop. This is see, now he's not gonna like my hot takes.
I kind of
now.
like the nickname.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Kelly's Smellies. And by the way, the other graphic, this is from our friends at College Football Numbers.
Yeah.
LSU's defense.
Where's it at?
It's the arrows pointing at it, but it's in the circle, in the purple circle. There's only
there it is.
There's only 5 other Power 5 defenses that are worse, and technically they're worse than SC.
Yikes!
That's a cold take, though. It's the gazpacho of takes.
Because you don't like it.
No, because it's a cold take.
Oh,
you have stats, John. You have stats.
I just got a text from someone that says, "Don't ever forget, John's a big fan of Jimbo Fisher, who sucks." That's right, John. Jimbo Fisher, you were a Jimbo guy.
I jumped off that train a long time ago, and you know it.
Jeff says numbers don't make it a new take, John. Z. See, everyone knows this. Everyone knows.
All these LSU defenders out there.
No, they want hot takes. They want spicy takes.
Well, then let's listen to your uninformed, without backed by without any facts.
This is going to be a fun one. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Now, both of mine, for the record, I could be talked into. We won't have to do the other one. Bama's going to win the championship is my other one. That's not very fun. So here's the other one. Hot take I could be talked into. In the NFC, it's actually better to be a 5 seed than it is a 3 seed. Now that's spicy.
That's crazy.
Thank you, Nick. Now, am I trying to talk myself into the Dallas Cowboys season not going into the No.
This is incredibly
Is derangement syndrome happening already?
This doesn't even make any.
Now, thank you, John. You're right. That's what makes hot takes hot.
That's why it's spicy.
People say that doesn't make sense.
I didn't
Thanks,
know
John, for telling us LSU's defense is bad. Well, what a take.
I didn't know this was called stupid take.
All right, hot take is supposed to make you make the noise that Kent makes when Josh says he hasn't seen a popular movie.
Boom. Thank you, Nick. All right. So am I trying to make peace with the current Cowboys situation? Of course. But let me explain. So there is a very real world where the Detroit Lions are the 1 seed in the NFC. And so if you're the 5 seed, do you have to go on the road in round 1? Yes. But you know who your reward is? An NFC South champion. Michael's New Orleans Saints, Twitty's Atlanta Falcons, not the Panthers, obviously, and not the Buccaneers. And I don't know anyone who roots for them. Meanwhile, the 49ers and the Eagles most likely will be the 2 and the 3 seeds in some order if the Lions were to become the 1 seed. Are we sure it's that big of a benefit to be a 3 seed? Yeah, you get a home game, but you don't get a bye. You maybe have to play a frisky team like Seattle. And then what do you have to do? You have to go on the road at the 2 seed, who is either San Fran going at Philly or vice versa. That sounds pretty tough. Meanwhile, the 5 seed, whoever that could be, would get to wander on into Detroit for their first playoff game at home in 30 years. Nick was not even,
I didn't exist.
Boom. That's more appropriate than what I was going to say. So then you get to save that matchup with one of those teams for the NFC Championship game because obviously the Lions are going to fall on their face. It's just one that I could be talked into if some factors were to come into place.
So not only is this not a
hot take.
No team in particular, huh?
Wait a minute.
No team in particular.
I mean, if you have to be talked into it, is it really a hot take?
That's the bit, John. This segment is called Hot Takes. I could be talked into, not John bores us with LSU stats.
Kelly's Smellies.
Kelly's Smellies.
Oh, you're impossible.
Jed,
way,
so LSU's defense has been worse under a terrible coach 3 years ago, and John Bishop builds this up for 24 hours. Thank you, Jed. Thank you.
No.
Jeff Wright, show me on the stuffed tiger where Chip Kelly hurt you, John. It's Brian Kelly.
Me calling you out for this should have been a red flag that it was a bad take. I understood it.
You're only saying it because Josh has been saying it for 2 days.
No.
And Josh gets triggered anytime I make fun of LSU and their inferior coach.
I'm not triggered. They stink, but like you built the whole hot take segment today around. I just want to remind everyone LSU's defense is bad.
No,
I knew I should have just brought the normal open in.
Yeah, that's a good
the
point.
The hot
Nick.
take is because it's easy. It's so easy to pick on Iowa.
See, why do you always bring up Iowa? Who cares?
Well, that's the example. You have to have an example. You don't have to have an example.
No, I just wonder why. Why do you always have to defend Iowa?
Is better than the number 6.
I just don't know why you keep every stat for.
Well, it's okay to defend Iowa. Let's not get crazy.
But John keeps defending them, and I just don't know why.
He's not defending Iowa. I'm just saying, save a little scorn for a team that's more for a unit that's more talented, but is performing horribly.
A text from the 402 says, can't wait for John's hot take next week when he comes with the sizzling take that Steph Curry is the best three-point shooter in the NBA. Oh. Folks, Michael Jordan, the GOAT, coming up next in Hot Take Market.
Well, actually, some people do think that's a hot take.
That's
they're
true.
Team LeBron.
That's true.
You got any other ice water takes, John?
No.
No takes?
Because if I bring up any facts and you can't do that. That's not any good. That's not a hot take at all.
What do you think about hot take that Bama's going to win the title, John?
I think we should just take a firebomb to the hot take market.
No, don't do
Stop
that.
killing things, John.
Yeah, jeez. Why does Gen X always cancel stuff? I love this segment. It allows me to think outside of the box and talk about things that I normally don't talk about, like being a 5 seed is more enjoyable than being a 3 seed. That's a hot take. Because it's stupid.
That's not really a hot take.
Yes, it is. You'd rather be a 5 seed than a 3 seed?
You still have to play the same number of games. Guess what? You're going to have to go through those teams anyway.
But the 5 seed, you get to avoid one of those teams.
And last time I checked, it's November the 7th.
Wow.
The playoffs don't start for 2 months. It's going to change.
Yeah, of course.
Well, there it is. The hot take market.
Wow.
It's dead.
No, it's not.
It's not dead.
It's not dead.
Next week in this segment, we're bringing back the draft.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We're keeping hot take market because it's a fun segment. I like hot take market.
It's a great segment.
Amazing Daniel, this show has the chemistry of a Thursday night football broadcast.
Oh, no.
Hey, that's the meanest thing anyone has ever said about this show. Don't you say that,
That's
Daniel.
horrible.
Yeah, don't say that ever again. Don't you dare.
By the way, just because I went through all this hard work that you don't appreciate, I was too deep on offense.
Yeah.
I have 7 guys on it that did not receive a star ranking from rivals.
Ooh, wow.
7 guys.
That's rough.
It does explain a lot.
It does.
They should try getting better.
And again,
players.
we're not excusing Brian Ferentz. I'm not here on behalf of Brian Ferentz. Oh, God. All right. Let's see. Still to come. Unfortunately, Matt DeMarias could not join us today. He had another pressing engagement he had to get to. So we'll catch up with him at some point down the road. But we do have more on the sign stealing scandal, including Connor Stallion's vacuum salesman.
Stealer guy.
We're gonna end up knowing more about
the sign stealer guy.
We're going to end up out of this finding out a lot more about this guy, and he's going to be able to sell his story and make it a sitcom.
Or a bad Netflix movie.
Or
it could be a really funny Netflix movie.
Yeah.
Like a Jonah Hill one.
That's how this dude's going to make his money, because he's never going to have a future in football again. But selling his story to whatever producer wants to do either a documentary, a mockumentary, or a series, I think he'll get a good price for it, because this is just getting weirder every day.
Yeah.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Look, we just got done talking about Iowa's offense and LSU's defense. One of the things that you can do on FanDuel, John, of course, is maybe use the bad to your advantage. The unders keep hitting in these Iowa football games. It's absolutely wild. But how about this for the NFL as it moves into week 10 this weekend? New customers, if they go to FanDuel.com/1620, John, they get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Look, the biggest favorite of the whole weekend is the Dallas Cowboys. You could take them, or you could take a different favorite that you like. And as long as they win the game straight up, you get $150 in bonus bets. Again, just go to FanDuel.com/1620.
And there's so many different other choices you can make. Yes, Dallas would be a very, very easy pick this week. And that's all you have to do. Just one winning money line bet. No point spreads involved. Just pick a winner. And if you get it, it's $150 back. It's by FanDuel. FanDuel, we've got great specials all the time, but this is the one you can really cash in because $150 in free bets. Imagine what you can do with that kind of money. You can come back and you can win even more. And that's the fun of FanDuel. It makes football that much more enjoyable, especially with the bad schedule that's coming up this weekend. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
1620 The Zone's four-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's four-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
You've decided to buy a house. Now what? You know, it doesn't matter if you're a first-time home buyer or a seasoned homeowner. The home buying process is not the same as ordering something from Amazon. The biggest trick is knowing how much you really can afford before the real house hunting can begin. I mean, really, really know. There's no time for guessing games, which is why talking with a mortgage professional like Mortgage Specialists first can make a difference. Some house hunting websites have calculators that'll give an estimate of the monthly payments, but they aren't really reliable. It's a better idea to get an accurate payment estimate using your own personal information. That's where Mortgage Specialists can help. Really, really help. Find out more when you subscribe to Mortgage Matters in Minutes on our YouTube channel. Just search Mortgage Specialists LLC.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
DJ's Dugout Sports Bar is proud to support Creighton Athletics, and DJ's is the official watch party sports bar of Creighton basketball. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's. Watch Creighton basketball on DJ's huge TV walls at 7 metro locations. Plus, enjoy delicious food and a Blue Jay lemonade cocktail, of course. It's an Omaha tradition. Cheer for the Jays at DJ's. Voted Omaha's #1 sports bar, locally in Vietnam, veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Before we get to the latest on Michigan, John, Tom wants to know, can we make hashtag Kent noise a thing?
What? That depends. I mean, you can if you want. Go ahead.
What?
I need to
Tense
get a
noise.
clean drop of that.
I think the movie that I chose, not this most recent one, the one before that, I think he gave us a really good one.
Alien.
Just go back to
I
any
think I
movie
ruined
Josh
that,
has chosen in the last 6 months, because it seems like everyone has
That's
come
true.
with that reaction.
Just go find my movies and go a week in advance in the rear view, and you'll probably find one eventually.
I think I ruined that because I was also excited to watch Alien for the first time.
What?
By the way, while we're on that subject, Black Klansman on Netflix is the movie choice this week.
Okay.
And that will be on Friday with Kent Wolgamott. So we had an update earlier in the Grum. If you missed it, the latest on the Michigan sign stealer guy is that Tony Petitti, this is according to Michigan writer John U. Bacon, Tony Petitti was informed today that the 2 programs which fed Purdue Michigan signals before last year's Big Ten title game were Rutgers and Ohio State. Not clear if rules were broken, doesn't directly affect UM's situation, but raises questions in regard to relative competitive advantage. Most of the common opinion out there, mine too, is this is not a violation of anything. People share with each other scouting stuff all the time if they have friends on other coaching staffs. And I would go one step further with this. It's very apparent based on the conversations that have been taking place that what Michigan has been doing with Connor Stallions has been known and been out there for at least 2 years.
Yeah.
So this has been in the Big Ten coaching circles and probably even beyond the Big Ten coaching circles, given, how much people move around for quite a while. And so my theory is that this was done for Purdue's on Purdue's behalf, because Ohio State especially, and probably Rutgers, because we heard Greg Schiano talk about it earlier this year, were the 2 teams most annoyed by what Michigan was doing and said, okay, if they're going to play this way, then we're going to do whatever we can to help Purdue.
Yeah, if anything, John,
that's how I read it.
My takeaway is, I think you're right about what you said, that this stuff was very well known within the circles of the conference and thus the coaching circles. And so that if that part is true, which I think it is, these teams hate Michigan and they do not like Harbaugh. And they're looking to give any advantage they can to anyone else, given that by that point in time, the regular season was done, right? Like they weren't hurt. Rutgers wasn't hurting themselves. Ohio State wasn't hurting themselves. They were trying to give an advantage to Purdue. So no one broke any rules in regards to that. We've said it a lot, and you've said it a lot the last few days. What about ism? Yada, yada. Like, that's what this is. Unless Michigan can prove that they got the signs the same way that they have been doing it. All of this is just to try to say, see, what we do isn't that different, but it is different for the obvious reasons.
Well, it's just trying to obfuscate. It's trying to deflect. It's trying to, it's just throwing stuff out there and saying, well, look at this. Ooh, but look at this. Like one of the stories that came out last week was that 2 of the private investigators working on the case were related to Ryan Day. Well, it turns out that the NCAA has informed the Big Ten that Ryan Day and his family have not been found to be connected on the Big Ten's investigation of Michigan. So a lot of and so which I thought was crazy in the first place, because I thought, well, it's not like you have private investigators working separately from the Big Ten or from the NCAA. So I mean, again, I think a lot of this stuff, it's almost like it's getting into the world of the message boards, right? Where the message board people will throw out these wild and crazy things and say, well, this person did this and that person did that.
John,
and then another person picks up on it and another person picks up on it. And pretty soon it becomes, just common lexicon that, well, that's what happened.
Yeah, I had someone saying a few weeks ago, I bet Michigan hacked into these programs as like computer servers and we're getting their plays. And it's like, okay, like, let's chill out.
Yeah.
But I think that you hit on something very, very real there. I will disagree with Greg and Lincoln, who writes, some national reporters are now more than willing to carry the Michigan water. That's not what I disagree with, for the record. He writes, watch Rutgers and Purdue get some punishments as Michigan walks away. I definitely disagree with that. Rutgers and Purdue are not going to get punished while Michigan gets away with nothing. Michigan is going to get punished, first of all. And why would Rutgers and Purdue get punished?
Well, okay, so speaking of the punishment, and this was from the reporting yesterday by Yahoo Sports, that was informing Michigan that, and they have been informed by the Big Ten, that they have been notified that, hey, we're investigating this, and to be
punishment could arrive.
Be advised that punishment could be forthcoming soon. One of the things from the story said that the NCAA's findings, because the NCAA has been giving information to the Big Ten about what it is they should be looking at. The NCAA's findings, according to the Yahoo Sports report, do not connect the in-person scouting and recording of opponent sidelines to Jim Harbaugh, sources say, an absence of evidence essential to a potential lawsuit from the school and the coach against the league. So, and this isn't terribly breaking news, because nobody to this point has been able to directly link, hey, Harbaugh was giving instructions to Stallions to do this, or Harbaugh was working through this person to give instructions to him. So far, none of the stuff that has come out has been evidence that Harbaugh is either responsible directly for this or indirectly for this. It is happening under his program. Right now, everything is circumstantial, but there's no evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's important, because and here's my point I'm going to make, if the Big Ten decides to punish Michigan by suspending Harbaugh, Michigan will then have better legal recourse to trigger legal action, because they'll say, well, wait a minute, why are you suspending Jim Harbaugh when there's no evidence that he knew about or had any connection directly with the sign stealing? So my question, or my point, is this: if you can't, through the NCAA's investigation so far, through the Big Ten's investigation so far, if you cannot make a direct connection to Harbaugh and you can't suspend him, would then that mean that the only recourse the Big Ten has is to keep them out of the championship game? Because we knew this. Whatever Stallions was doing, it was benefiting the program. But if you can't connect it directly to Harbaugh, and you can't, without fear of legal recourse, and listen, if Michigan got banned from the conference championship game, they might sue anyway. But then might that force 100%. The Big Ten's hand to say, well, the only recourse we have left is to keep him out of the conference championship game? Well, if they were wanting to do something this year.
Could they do, if you can't link him, could you still suspend him for lack of institutional control?
Well, that's an NCAA term.
Yeah.
But is that necessarily a Big Ten?
Because I have no doubt,
a Big Ten move.
Yeah, I have no doubt that he knew about it, but the paper trail is what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm,
it's kind of like The Wire, in The Wire, and thus in like actual investigations. The goal is to trace everything back to the top of the food chain. In The Wire, they weren't just trying to get the foot soldiers, the Bodies of the world. They were trying to go all the way up to the top and get like a Stringer Bell, for example. Can they trace it all the way to the top in Harbaugh? I think that's the part that's obviously going to be really difficult, because if you're operating like this and you know what you're doing is against the rules, you have to keep it as far away from Harbaugh as possible. Now, Travis writes, that's why I think the suspension should be against the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. And I mean, that part could be true. Now, they do not have the same offensive coordinator that they had, back in 2021.
Exactly. He's been fired
and they
for
have a new
the investigation. Yeah.
Well,
not a different investigation.
But didn't no, and I was actually talking about Josh Gaddis, who was their offensive coordinator all the way back in 2021.
Right.
And then
then the guy who replaced him was also
the
one let go as part of the investigation into inappropriate things on his computer.
Yes. And then
not related to sign steal.
I believe the defensive coordinator has changed as well. But I could be wrong. So I don't know exactly how you punish that, given that it's taken place over years. I guess you could just suspend the current ones and go from there. It's a great question you asked, though, John. Like, if you can't connect it to Harbaugh, what do you do?
And listen, no matter what the Big Ten does, I think Michigan's going to fight it.
Yeah.
And there's the possibility for legal action. Now, again, the drawback that could happen there is if there is an actual case and the Big Ten wants to go through with it, then what other things could come out in a discovery phase?
Yeah.
What other information would be out there? So it's a fine line right now that the Big Ten is having to do right now, because you've got 13 other schools currently that appear to be pretty much in lockstep saying, yo, you got to do something here. And then on the other side, Michigan's basically, but Michigan, it sounds like they're willing to do, or at least rumored to do, is very similar to what Kansas did with the NCAA. Just, we're going to throw lawyers at you.
Yeah.
And, and eventually Kansas did end up, copping to some, Bill Self did miss a couple, one game last year or 2 games last year? But that was pretty much the extent of everything that took place out of the NBA. Yeah, it really didn't matter at the end of the day. So, that is the other avenue that just shows you in the big picture of all of this, the dysfunction and the disorganization of major college athletics. In the NFL,
it's Goodell. For right and wrong, it's Goodell.
When there was Spygate, when there was Bountygate, when whatever, it was Goodell. And all the owners said, hey, this is what you agreed to do. But with college sports, it's an entirely different world. The NCAA seemingly is toothless, and so schools aren't afraid of them. And I think due in large part to COVID and all the disruption and the disorder that took place there, teams are now more willing to just, say, no, Big Ten, we're not going to do everything you say we have to do, which is strange because the Big Ten's where they're making all their money. They're the TV. It's almost like the schools are looking at the Big Ten right now as like, hey, you're our TV negotiator. You're our agent. But when it comes to enforcing rules, yeah, you can enforce the game rules. But this other stuff, at least what Michigan's saying, you can't do nothing about that.
Real quick, Adam, before we talk to Sipple, he says, text into the show, my guess is the Big Ten finds Michigan. They won't suspend Harbaugh or keep them out of the conference championship game. Big Ten will take the easy way out, find Michigan so they can say they took action, then punt it to the NCAA.
Yeah, probably.
The league is going to be livid if all they do is fine them. People are going to be so mad.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be so mad.
Absolutely. That's why, honestly, the best punishment is a Penn State win this week or an Ohio State win in 2 weeks. Coming up next, Steve Sipple will join us, and we'll talk more about his story on Heinrich Haarberg, his column on Heinrich Haarberg, and more on Nebraska football as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash on eastbound I-80. The 3 right lanes are blocked. There's a car on fire at 126th. It's causing delays all the way back to 144th at least. Avoid that part of eastbound I-80 if you can. If you're west on I-80, delays start at 680, going all the way to 126th. Slow going on eastbound L Street from I-80 to about 90th. An earlier wreck on Pacific at 114th, still causing a little bit of a delay. And then roadwork has traffic down to just one lane for both directions on L Street between 24th and 33rd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Enjoy Romeo's Grande Pizza and Taco Combo. One large 2-topping pizza, 4 soft-shell tacos, chips, and queso dip for only $29.99. Only at Romeo's. Carry out only.
Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza. Not your typical restaurant.
J-Tech Construction reminds you that this time of year, your home's energy efficiency is under tension. Don't let your windows cost you by raising your energy bills this winter. J-Tech Construction will come out and provide you with a free estimate on upgrading your windows and keeping your energy costs down. They have custom-made, energy-efficient windows that keep the outside out with the professional installation you would expect. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction, your exteriorexperts.com.
Whoa, Sandra. So, in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond? Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder? Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
transferring to the university? Smart way to say, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start December 2nd.
This is me at MCC.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Creighton Sports Update.
Blue Jay basketball has finally returned. Creighton men's basketball opens the season with a 4-game homestand beginning tonight as Florida A&M comes to Omaha for an 8 p.m. tip-off. Creighton women's basketball kicks off their home regular season on Friday, November 10th, with an 11:30 a.m. tip-off versus South Dakota. Tickets for both games can be purchased at gocreighton.com/buy. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
When you're gone.
Zipple the snowflake
is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Hey, what do you say, Stephen M?
I don't know. How am I supposed to respond to that, John?
Jeez, it was a normal question.
It was just a different way of saying hello, friend.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, we hear you just
You
fine.
sound great.
You know, I discovered something a couple weeks ago. You remember? It's been now about a month. Nebraska had an idle week.
Yeah.
We were supposed to take you to lunch during the idle week.
Yeah, that's okay because, as I recall, it was a super busy idle week, which they always are. You know, you always kind of have these grand illusions about, oh, it's an idle week; it'll feel like a vacation. It never does. It almost feels busier, so don't worry about it. We'll do it in the off season.
Speaking of the offseason, Sip, are you like, preparing to really have to do like deep dives into the portal? As we now get into November, I've been thinking about what the month of December will look like in terms of the transfer market.
Well, I mean, I don't know, Josh. I think that you're always which team isn't going to go into the transfer portal? Of course, Nebraska will. Now, Dabo.
Clemson.
I guess what I'm telling you is that they're an extreme outlier.
Yeah.
So Nebraska will be in the portal for sure. How much? I don't know. But it's really hard to tell because you don't know which players will present themselves and you don't know the interest level. You know, there's got to be some mutual interest. And it's hard to determine that right now. I mean, some people were pointing out Malik Murphy of Texas
as
a quarterback target. Well, everybody's going to be going after Malik Murphy. So who knows? I mean, it's hard to say exactly.
Sip, you wrote about Heinrich Harburg today, and you kind of zeroed in on the same comment that I did. And that is, you know, when he was talking at length about Harburg's willingness to take on the role. You know, it's not easy. Not everybody wants that challenge of being the focal point, especially in a circumstance such as this. Obviously, he was complimenting Heinrich Harburg, but was he also kind of letting us know that he might be the guy or the only guy that's willing to take on that kind of pressure right now?
Oh, I wouldn't. Hey, John, I don't know that I didn't read into it like that.
Okay.
I thought the comments were absolutely fascinating, though. I just absolutely. I mean, Rule can blow you away with the sort of insight, the level of insight that he will provide. A lot of coaches just wouldn't provide that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wrote a whole column over. I think it was one question that I just think sometimes what happens with Matt Rule is he wants to get some stuff off his chest. And I maybe off his chest isn't exactly the right way to put it, but I think he wanted that. I think he wanted to say those things and kind of on behalf of Heinrich, and they all made sense to me. Everything, every word of it made sense. And it was it was kind of a defense, I guess, of Heinrich. But again, it's the sort of thing I used to say about Adrian Martinez all the time. And lately I've been saying it about Harburg. The job is ridiculously difficult. I mean, the situation has dictated that it's ridiculously difficult is for different reasons than Adrian. They just didn't put enough players around Adrian. That staff did not put enough weapons around him. I said it on your show 100 times.
Yeah.
And right now, somewhat because of injury, Harburg's in the same situation. Now, not that he plays perfectly. I'm not suggesting that, but he's in a really, really tough situation.
So, Sip, do you think that the criticism then of Harburg has reached unwarranted levels lately?
Well, that's a generalization, and you know how I am with those.
No, and I didn't mean to come across as attacking. I just wonder if you feel like it's over the top.
Oh, I suppose in some quarters it might be. What I've seen based on what I'm going on social media and message board talk, it looks like. Now, you correct me if I'm wrong here. I haven't spent a lot of time on this, but it seems like Heinrich is getting some support too.
Yeah.
I think, and that's why a head coach would do what Matt did. I think that Matt Rule, in his position, especially as a first-year coach who's pretty popular, can sway public opinion a little bit by going on an eloquent, just in an eloquent fashion, laying out why this is difficult and this is why we like Heinrich Harburg in this as our starter. And I think he did sway some public opinion. Rule's certainly capable of that. I think I said in the column, he'd be great. If he wanted to, he could be a great lawyer, probably. He a great lawyer. I think he'd be a tremendous in front of a jury. Tremendous. And you see it pretty much every Monday as he explains things to us.
The other thing he said that I thought was interesting in regards to Harburg was that, as he's coaching him, while it is about the present, he's also looking at the future. And he talked in a way, and I get where part of it comes from, because even if you were thinking about going into the portal or, doing something different with the quarterback position next year, you're not going to say that in the middle of the season with 3 very important games coming up. But the way he said it, at least left a very viable door open to, hey, we see something in him because he is a winner. He is a fighter. He is determined. Do you think that Harburg can be developed into a good, not a serviceable, but a good Power 5 quarterback?
Yes, I do. I think that. And I don't think, I think we're on the same page here. I don't think when we say Nebraska may go into the portal to get a quarterback, it means that everybody else is out. That just means they've given up on Chubba Purdy and Heinrich Harburg and Jeff Sims. I don't see it that way. They might go in and get a guy, but we don't know who it is, and you don't know what level of play it'll be, and who knows. But based on Rule's comments, okay, what you're getting at is the one of the more interesting questions. I'll just basically rephrase your question. Could he be Nebraska's quarterback of the future?
Yes.
That kind of way.
Yeah.
That's always,
because that's what Nebraska needs. They need a good Power 5 quarterback.
Yeah, based on what I'd need more evidence that he could be that. I haven't seen it so far.
Right, but can he be developed into that? Obviously, it has to be changed.
I think he could. Now, and then I go to the same places every time, but for the sake of discussion, I'll do it again. What if you put around him, you can just pick a group of Husker players from the past. Maurice Purify. What were we talking about today? I don't remember what. Yeah. What if you could put Maurice Purify and Nate Swift and Todd Peterson and who was the tight end at that time? He was good. If you could
Kyler Reed.
Yeah, that type of player, Kyler Reed, and then put an offensive line with 2 or 3 certain NFL guys, and then how about just put Rex Burkhead or Amir Abdullah behind him? then how much different would the picture look? I would venture to say a lot different. I mean, it would be, how much more dangerous would Heinrich be with weapons around him? And I'm not even being hard on these guys necessarily that are playing right now, because you can say very simply that many of them would not be playing if Nebraska stayed healthy offensively. It wouldn't be down to their third, fourth string running backs. They would have 4 veteran receivers, and I'm including Xavier Betts, but also Marcus Washington, Isaiah Garcia Castaneda, and now even Billy Kemp. How much different would it look? It looked quite a bit different, I think. So that's why this is a multi-layered discussion. But I'm glad Rule went there.
But Sip, I guess as it pertains to next year, then, like, we all would agree, I'm guessing that stuff is not going to get fixed overnight. And so, don't in a way then I think we're all in agreement that Nebraska is going to go into the portal for a quarterback. What are you thinking that they should do? Like, what should be the role of that quarterback? Are they going in for someone to provide depth? Are they going in to provide competition? Or are they looking for a starter, knowing obviously that the Jeff Sims experience didn't work out and that was why they went in for him? Are they, in your opinion, what should they be looking for?
Well, Josh, these are conversations are really important. The way you phrased it was that Nebraska has its pick of quarterbacks. They don't. They do not. Definitely not. Right. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. If they could get a starter, a player who has started games and is a proven winner, put up gaudy statistics, if they can get him and he fits with what they want to do, and he fits what he fits their program and what they're looking for in players. Yeah. And if they can get him, they'll try to get him, but I don't know what it'll be. And I think that's part of the reason why, as a head coach, you talk about the guys you have, like those are the guys you're going to have going forward. So because Matt doesn't know either who will be available and if they can get him. I just think it's really important when you have these portal discussions that you make clear that they don't have their pick. Yes. It's got to be. The road runs two ways in those discussions.
Yeah, it's like an aggressive housing market. Everyone wants the same house. So then you got to figure out, all right, well, we're not going to get this one, so which house do we settle for after that? It's really tough. And the other question about it too is, are you picking somebody for the offense they're currently running, for the offense they ultimately want to be, for the offense they brought Jeff Sims in for? I mean, that's the other part of it too. Or are you going to fit whatever scheme you get to the quarterback that you are able to get out of the portal? There's a lot of layers to this.
No, a lot of layers. There's no way that Rule and Satterfield came here expecting to run option.
No.
So they got a guy.
Never coached it.
Right. But will they do that going forward now that they can? I mean, and it does present problems for people. And that's another thing about Heinrich and why still, why I'm, me anyway, I'm not going to give up on players. I'll be the last to usually give up on somebody. But Heinrich, I just think that he does present a lot of problems with his size and speed. And that's not going to go away. I get it, though. I mean, he looked tentative, indecisive. I'm no different than you or a lot of the fans that were watching the game. I thought he played terrible. Saturday.
It was his worst game.
If they won the game, I mean, I think I wrote this. If Nebraska had won the game, it would have won despite its quarterback, and that's hard to do usually.
Yeah, not to keep just going down the Heinrich Harburg rabbit hole, but if he would have performed this well, or if he would have performed that way rather against Michigan, I think it would have made sense, and we all would have said, yeah, well, what do you expect? It's Michigan. That was he was much better in that game, and we left that game saying, yeah, he wasn't the reason that they lost, because that was still in the middle of the whole should they put Sims on the field debate. And that's the thing that I guess I'm just trying to figure out is like the regression of him and what explains it best, because I thought that he looked like a more confident quarterback earlier in the year, and even versus Michigan, who is loaded with good players, than he did on Saturday, or really than he has over the last month.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he took a step back against Purdue and then another step back against Michigan State. So, and that was sort of addressed today by Satterfield. And I thought what he said it made sense in a for a layman, for someone like myself, just to tell Heinrich, cut it loose again. Because you can see it when he's running the ball. I see it more when he's running than as a thrower, the tentativeness, the sort of the indecisiveness. He's thinking so much now. I mean, he kind of ducking into contact. I think he talked about it himself a little bit today. I didn't hear him, but I heard snippets from what he said. And he's just not, he's just got cut loose again. And Rule has had that. Rule has talked about it, and Satterfield talked about it today. It's really interesting in the evolution of a quarterback. Early on, they play free. Young quarterbacks tend to play free and easy, and they're just happy to be out there, and it benefits them. And then as they go on, they start to think more. More information comes to them. They're trying to process a lot of information. They're no longer as free and easy, and that's where I think Heinrich is. So they're asking him, just go back to going out there with a smile, enjoying the game like when you were a kid. And because of his size and his athletic ability, I think he can be really dangerous if he is cutting loose like that.
Sip, if you had to lay the mortgage on it, does Nebraska get one more win? They're not going to be favored in any of the last 3 games. They're not favored this week, and they won't be favored the last 2.
I think. Oh yeah, I put a double mortgage on. Yeah,
really.
Oh yeah,
because I'm torn, man. I mean, I think they can, but man, they're not favored this week, and this is going to be the best offense they see. Of course, Wisconsin's been a nightmare for Nebraska in past, and I just don't trust Nebraska to not turn the ball over and give Iowa 4 cheap field goals.
I don't mind saying this, even though it's only Tuesday. I don't think I'll pick Nebraska this week. So I think we're going to have to be patient, and I do. I like right now as I look at it, I would pick Maryland to win this game.
Same.
But yeah, I do. I think it's trouble. I think this game's trouble. I mean, they're Maryland really gifted offensively, and I think they can get enough done, get to 21, 24, 26, and if Nebraska gets to 21 offensively the way they're playing right now, I don't know. So right now I'd pick about 24-12, I think. And then see that makes your question even more interesting. But I still say I think Nebraska can beat Wisconsin or Iowa. Really, really confident they'll beat Iowa. Really confident.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm actually least confident in, because Iowa knows how to win. Their defense is better than Nebraska's. I don't trust Nebraska not to turn the ball over, and Iowa's special teams is at least 2 notches above Nebraska's.
Yeah, they're not as good defensively as they have been. And I just think that the home field and the crowd and just the sheer magnitude of the event would swing it in Nebraska's favor.
The magnitude of a 3-0 game. I want this to be a baseball score. I want like a 5-2, 4-3 game. I really do.
Yeah, if it's weather involved, I think he could be 6-3, something like that.
I don't think it would take weather. You probably didn't see the Northwestern game at Wrigley Field, but my God, that neither team could move the ball.
Yeah, this game is I'd say a pretty big concern. Well, every game is. I mean,
sure.
I was wrong. I mean, I think a lot of people are wrong about Purdue. Nebraska did win that game easily.
Oh wait, I thought they did.
But this quarterback's a lot better than Hudson Card.
Sip, before we let you go, I don't know what this was about, but Ben is very triggered by you. Ben writes,
what?
Dumbest comment I've ever heard on the radio from Sip. No chance. Utterly irresponsible commentary. Again, I have no idea what he said, but wow. Now, everyone also disagrees with if you put really good players around him. A lot of people are saying he would still miss them when he drops back to pass, but wow, Ben really is mad.
Well, I understand. I understand because it's a hot button topic. Harburg's hot button already.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, I'm seeing comment. Oh, yeah, I hear comments from people who just dismiss Heinrich as a possibility for the future. Just utterly dismiss him. I just won't do it because of what Ben's saying I'm irresponsible for, which is I'd like to see him with real strong players around him.
I still think that ball's sailing. Gotta fix that delivery. Gotta fix that delivery.
I just don't think they're going to get a bunch of All-Americans at wide receiver and running back. So I feel like that conversation is, it's so difficult for me to even entertain it. Would he be better with Randy Moss? Yeah, probably, but they're not going to get a player like that.
Well, it doesn't have to be Randy Moss. What about a Maurice Purify?
He was awesome. He was the best receiver of my
he
lifetime.
was not. Get out of here.
Man, Mo Purify was great.
He wasn't drafted.
That's
but
true.
He was awesome.
You can find guys like that.
Steve Sipple, Husker Online. All right, Sip. Thanks, my friend. Take care and enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see what happens this weekend.
Okay, guys. Thank you for having me.
Bye, Sipple.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I knew it would. Harburg has definitely triggered some folks on this. Again,
yeah, and I disagree with Sipple. For the record, I very much disagree with him.
Listen,
he's talking about a huge level of improvement.
Oh, absolutely. And really the next question, and it can go down in a completely, how do you do that? If you believe that Harburg can be a good Power 5 quarterback, how do you go about doing that? Because I think you have to bring somebody in to do just that.
Yeah, they were talking about it with Sam McEwen on the morning show today, and he essentially brought up look, you have the tight end position, and you lost your former coach, at tight end, and you had to adjust on the fly, and you have a full-timer in that role. Do you stick with that full-timer, or do you say, hey, thanks a lot, but we need to bring in a quarterback's coach, and you bring in a quarterback's coach?
You need a quarterback whisperer.
Yeah, you need a
really good quarterback coach.
Yeah, so do they? Is that something that they do? Honestly, you could have that conversation regardless of if it's Harburg or not, because the program is going to be built on the long term beyond Heinrich Harburg and your quarterback. I just don't. And I think part of this too, Sipple, and he, the joke with him, you got to be careful here. He is very sometimes he's going to really let it play out. And I'm not going to do that at times. I will disagree and say, no, I feel like I'm seeing something in him that is going to be really hard to overcome. And I don't think that you want to put your program behind the 8 ball by having him as your starter again in year 2.
We got to be careful here.
That wouldn't be good. Yes, you got to be careful by not being measured with this guy and saying he can't be he would be a good backup because he would have experience. But that's as far as I'm willing to go for year 2.
402-951-1620. When we continue, we've got content coming up. The bet of the day.
Well, I did win last night, so I guess that's okay.
Hey, me too.
There we go. The winning boys.
I didn't. Thanks,
Wow.
Michigan State.
Wow.
You had 10 teams, John.
You did have 10 teams.
And they were all
it was minus
huge
400.
favorites.
Oh, man. Not great.
They are huge favorites.
Yeah, why didn't you do James Madison, John? This would have been a huge parlay payout for you.
Well, I could have done them by themselves and paid out huge. I didn't expect Michigan State to treat it like, the Big Ten. The Big Ten's supposed to wait till March before they start choking.
That's a good
They're
point.
doing it in November.
Maybe this is their way of being good in March by choking now. Well, have you thought about picking against Creighton?
Highly unlikely.
Front-loading the choking.
John, what if you picked Florida A&M? Oh, they don't even have the money line available because the spread is so big. You could have picked Florida A&M to win the game outright. That maybe you get a huge payout. You get to call a fun upset
tonight.
I know, but you could do that tonight. You could call a great upset in person. John, the top 10 Blue Jays go down. Oh man, that call would be on SportsCenter.
I would have rather been in Philadelphia and calling that great Eagles victory.
Chris
Go
Broussard
Birds!
can talk about it, Josh.
Nick, don't bring up Chris Broussard's name.
16:20 the zone. Back after this.
The Connor Happer Show.
I have an announcement. I'm a Carolina Panthers fan.
Why is that?
Well, I'm buying low, right? They're 0-6. They're the number one worst team in the NFL, according to Josh Hodson. They have a young, talented quarterback who needs some help, but it's not just that. I've always liked their colors and their jerseys, and my favorite NFL player of all time is Steve Smith. I love Steve Smith. I like the Panthers. Go Panthers!
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday evening forecast will include partly cloudy skies along with comfortable conditions. Temperatures will be cooling into the mid-50s after sunset under partly cloudy skies. For tonight, clearing with chances of patchy fog around daybreak. Expect an overnight low temperature of 49 degrees. Mild conditions will continue for your Wednesday afternoon. Partly cloudy skies with a stronger northwest wind. Expect an afternoon high of 63. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got a crash blocking the right shoulder on westbound 480 at the JFK. Also, a crash has the right lane blocked on eastbound I-80 at Giles. If you're west on I-80, stop-and-go traffic between I Street and Giles. Also, stop-and-go traffic on westbound Q Street between the JFK and 36th. And then traffic is down to one lane because of road work on L Street for both directions between 24th and 33rd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Dealing with any type of plumbing issue can be overwhelming, especially if it's related to your drain or sewer lines. Thankfully, Zoom Drain specializes in drain and sewer services of all scopes. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's hot outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink icy cold, Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Home is where your health is, where your family gathers together, takes care of each other. And right there with you is Nebraska Medicine. We're proud to take care of Nebraska, to deliver everything your family needs. From immediate care to neurosurgery, it's expertise you can be confident in. With locations throughout the region and telehealth appointments from the comfort of home. Find a provider close to you at nebraskamed.com.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
So you can really hit it from both sides.
The 1620 The Zone.
Well, right now the CHI Health Center is quiet.
Too quiet.
The pickup basketball game for the Creighton managers has just ended. And here in about 2.5 hours, we will have regular season basketball. I said this at the top of the show. Each of the last 4 years, you could make the argument that the Jays either met or exceeded that season's projection or prediction or expectation. 2019-2020, they won the Big East. They rallied down 3 games in the month of January, came back, won the championship. Would have been a top 3 seed in the NCAA tournament had it not been for the pandemic. And then in the next year, they make their first ever modern era Sweet 16. The year after that, with a young team, core of which is still here, and Trey Alexander and Ryan Kalkbrenner, they went to the second round of the tournament and took Kansas to the brink. Arguably gave Kansas their toughest game of the tournament with a depleted lineup. And then, of course, last year, the Jays made it all the way to the Elite Eight. And so this year, which has very similar expectations to last year, it almost feels like if that trend's going to continue, you got to go that one step further. And that one step further, of course, is getting to the final weekend, getting to the Final Four. I'll be very curious to see how everything plays out, obviously. If this team handles the pressure of the situation well, there are a lot of core guys back from last year, but there are also a lot of new faces who have never gone through that. As we saw last year, Josh, there was a key illness for Ryan Kalkbrenner that certainly was the part of the 6-game losing streak that seemed to derail the season. Then the team got back on the right track. You're going to go through those things. You're going to go through some different things this year. Will this year's bench actually be more productive than last year's bench, which was supposed to be one of the strengths of the team?
Dude, a year ago,
turned out it wasn't.
Yeah, a year ago before the season started, we were talking about like that this is going to be the deepest team they've ever had. Yeah. And, that ended up
turned out to be not.
Yeah, exactly. It ended up not being the case. The thing that I've been kind of pondering today, wondering about is like, what does improvement look like for a Trey Alexander, for a Ryan Kalkbrenner? When you get this far into your career, especially in college, I guess you could just keep, lifting up the ceiling and you could find it. I guess that no one really saw exactly what was going to happen with Doug his senior year, that he was going to be that good, even the largest supporters he had out there. But like, what does improvement look like for a Trey Alexander? What does improvement look like for a Ryan Kalkbrenner? Like, how much better can those guys be? And then what can that mean with, some of the new pieces that are on the roster as well? What does an Ashworth look like early in the season versus late in the season? Last year was so strange because, they got off to that great start. They were 6-0. Then they lost six games. And suddenly they're 6-6. And, for a while, it was like, wow, are they even going to be a tournament team or a team that can get in and make any sort of noise? And we, of course, know what ended up happening to them. This non-conference certainly sets up better than last year's did. Last year's non-conference, especially all the road games and neutral site games that they played, suddenly they were just never home for a large stretch of time, and that also coincided with the sickness that you just mentioned with Kalkbrenner.
One of the things that is certainly going to be different from this year to last year, and I think that an argument can be made that the absence or the loss of Arthur Kaluma will be felt more early in the season than Ryan Nembhard. Now, some of that is because of what you were able to get to replace those respective players. In the replacement of Ryan Nembhard, you were able to get an experienced Division I point guard in Stephen Ashworth, who shoots the ball really well. With Kaluma, the replacement is essentially a guy you already had on the bench in Mason Miller and his development. And really, there'll be a lot of wonderment of, just how, because the 4 position is it's kind of like Penn State and linebackers, USC and running backs, back in the day. The 4 position, the Doug position, and how important that is to this offense, because it's that allows you to stretch the floor and make everything happen. And Miller certainly is a good shooter. Isaac Trout, who's coming over, he's a good shooter. But the way Creighton has kind of changed their style since Doug was here, those teams weren't predicated on great defense. These teams have been more predicated on being better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
The Jays had one of their best seasons ever in terms of adjusted defensive efficiency in KenPom last year. Now, a lot of that certainly is Ryan Kalkbrenner, but it's a team effort. And if that 4 position, which, for all the criticisms that Kaluma got, I thought what Arthur gave to this team last year, especially in the second half of the season, he was willing to do the grunt work. He was willing to, go in and scrape for a rebound, dive on the ball for a loose dive on the floor for a loose ball. Just do a lot of the dirty things, right? Yeah, I mean, certainly there was some frustration of sometimes the ball would stick in his hands and he'd try to do too much with it. But the little things, I thought Arthur did the little things really well down the stretch. He had some huge plays in the NCAA tournament that helped the Jays keep momentum in those games. Well, you're replacing that. So how is that going to look? That's why I think early in the season, watch the 4 position. Watch how Mason Miller comes along and watch how Isaac Trout comes along. You're not going to have Jason Green. He injured his hand. He's going to be out for another probably 4 or 5 weeks. So his development this season coming off a red shirt is going to be stunted to some degree. So it's really going to come down to those 2 guys. So that'll be one of the things certainly to watch for. But you're right. The schedule does set up a little bit better. At least it's spaced out. But 1 week from tonight, Iowa's coming to town. So
for a late tip.
For a very, very late tip.
Think about it, John. At this time in 1 week, you'll still have 3.5 hours until that game starts.
I hate television. All right, coming up, we're going to talk some content. Let's see. Today in content, what do we have? Oh, the new college football playoff standings are coming out. We're going to do our top 5s. In fact, this is going to be a very ranking-heavy edition of content. Because we're going to give you our...
There are more LSU takes in content?
Uh-oh.
Well, we already know their defense sucks.
Agree.
But,
we do know that. Great take.
Everyone knows that.
But the NFL. It's been a couple weeks since we've updated our top 5s.
Yep.
And how to make the NBA All-Star game more interesting.
Oh, that's fun. What a topic.
Cool.
Well, wait till you hear what Chris Paul had to say.
Okay.
That's coming up on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Apper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 all if your team wins in bonus bets. So pick a big favorite if you have to. Minus 200 on the money line. If they win, it's $150 in bonus bets. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel. There is no better time to get in on the action. There's not just the money line side. There's spreads. There's player props. Anytime touchdown scores. Love a same game parlay as well. All available to you at FanDuel.com/Happer. Kick off the NFL season the right way with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Kenoyer Garden Center. We'd like to be a part of your family's holiday tradition. Whether you're looking for a gift for that special someone or a wreath for your front door, we'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market full of Christmas decor, novelty items, and fresh greens. Shop Glasshouse Market, located within Kenoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Kenoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Nebraska football's defensive backs will be put to the test this week as they welcome the pass-heavy Maryland Terrapins and star quarterback Talia Tungabailoa. Defensive coordinator Tony White has not been happy with some of the explosive plays through the air the Black Shirts have given up.
You can accept the ball beating you. You know what I mean? If the guy ran the right route, the ball was in the 100% correct spot, and the defender's in the right spot, and they go up, and it's a sideline, tippy-toe, instant replay. You can live with that, man. That's ball. You know what I mean? But when we bust assignments, or we don't know what to do, our eyes are in the wrong spot, or we don't have the technique, that's bull crap. Let's get that straight. That's bull crap. I mean, and that starts with coaching, in terms of being able to get those guys to say, hey, this is how we do it. And then if the guy's not going to do it, then he shouldn't be in the game, right?
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season. Hurry, this offer won't last forever.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Nick. What you got?
The latest CFP standings are minutes away from being released. We gonna see a shuffle at the top?
Josh thinks so. What do you think's going to happen tonight?
George is definitely going to be number one tonight.
Based on what?
That they beat a top 25 team in Missouri, and that the committee obviously doubts Ohio State.
Ohio State still has more quality wins than Georgia.
Yeah, but now Georgia has at least one of those quality wins, and they will put that in their back pocket and use it.
Well, we will see, but now the standings that we're showing on our video feed, that's from last week. But so we re-ranked ours, and boy, do we have difference of opinion. In fact, we have, I mean, I don't think I saw the last two teams, Ole Miss at 9 and Penn State, those are the only teams we agree on. Oregon, we disagree on by 3 spots. Washington, we disagree by 5 spots.
John, real quick, let me, this is all totality, all seriousness. You, their defense is bad. Why do you have them so high?
Because they have the best win
on
this chart. They have the best win, and they did beat another ranked team on the road in USC. I get it. Their defense has not been great, but I lean more into what they have done and not necessarily the eye test. Am I comfortable with this? I mean, honestly, if I were to look at this, I could take my entire standings and turn them upside down when I look at the top 4.
I was going to say, I wouldn't do that. Don't put Penn State number 1.
When I look at the eye test. But I believe that the resume has to matter, and who you've beaten matters. Now, of course, Michigan will have a chance to prove themselves very soon. Georgia's going to have, I think, Josh, I think you might be a week early on this. Georgia beats Ole Miss, then their resume looks a lot better. And I think that's when Georgia moves up. We'll see if that happens.
You think Georgia will be number 2 though still?
I think so. I think so. But it wouldn't shock me if they move them up. But if they win next week, then then that's another great win because now you've beaten another top 10 team because Ole Miss will be in the top 10 as they were last week.
Yeah.
We are officially through the halfway mark in the NFL. And while we do not disrespect anyone,
no,
we
Yes,
do have to put together a top 5, which means that someone is going to be number 2.
That's true.
It's not disrespect.
Yes.
It's a list.
It's a great point, Nick. Thank you.
Now give me your current power rankings in the NFL. Not disrespecting them.
Not disrespectful power rankings. Number 1, John, I'd go with the Baltimore Ravens. Number 2, I would go with the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 3, I would go with the Detroit Lions. Number 4, I would go with the Kansas City Chiefs. And number 5, I would go with the San Francisco 49ers.
I agree on the top 2, but that's where we depart. I got the Chiefs number 3, the Jaguars number 4, and the Lions number 5.
So you out on the 49ers.
Right now, I mean, they've lost 3 in a row. Now, listen, that could change very quickly.
Yeah, because they're about to play Jacksonville Sunday, so we'll see that one in action.
Absolutely.
The only good game this weekend.
But you can't lose that many games in a row at this point in the season and still be in the top 5. The Ravens are clearly, in my opinion, the number 1 team.
They're incredible.
There was a part of me that wanted to bump the Eagles down a little bit because there's just something about them that just doesn't look all the way there. And maybe I'm judging them against last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Ravens right now definitely have the look of the best team in the NFL.
Speaking of disrespect, that is necessary for this next part, what I'm about to ask you.
Nice.
Give me your worst 5 teams in the NFL.
John, this is difficult, man. This is difficult.
Actually, it wasn't.
Okay.
At number 28, the New England Patriots. At number 29, the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh.
At number 30, the Chicago Bears. At number 31, the Carolina Panthers. And the easiest
Tell
choice,
me, John. Tell it. Say it.
the Dallas Cowboys.
Ah, you're funny.
No, it's the Giants. The Giants are easily the worst team.
They're
in the NFL.
so bad. Man, I think you're right. I toyed around with the Giants being the worst or the Cardinals being the worst. I'll agree with you. The Giants are the worst. The Cardinals right ahead of them, especially now that they've gotten rid of Dobbs. I think that they're, I don't know. Never mind. The Panthers are 31. Let's go with the Cardinals at 30. Let's go with the Bears at 29. Barely behind or above the Patriots, I guess, whatever they're at. Just a teensy-weensy bit. I would say, though, John, it's very easy to figure out which 5 teams are the worst. I think that they are head and shoulders below everybody else. Head and shoulders.
Yeah, there's a bunch of mediocrity in the middle.
Yes.
But these 5 have definitely separated themselves from the mediocre pack, and they're just bad.
Yeah.
A graph of NFL teams and their 4th down aggressiveness shows the Eagles are the most aggressive team by far in going for it on 4th down. Meanwhile, on the other side of Pennsylvania, the Steelers are the most likely to punt. What else does this chart tell you?
Well, I mean, so you look all the way to the right, as Nick said, you have the Eagles. You also have the Lions. So we're talking about 2 teams that are very successful, have a combined 3 losses. Oddly, one of the more aggressive teams is the Dallas Cowboys, and I think that might surprise some folks, and the Packers. So, I mean, for the most part, John, you look at the right side of the chart, there are successful franchises. There are the Bengals. There are, I mean, the teams I just mentioned, Buffalo, Jacksonville, Seattle, a lot of teams that are above 500. And for the most part on the left side of the chart, it's teams that are below or at 500. The Bucks, the Colts, the Falcons, the Saints, the Broncos, the Rams, etc.
Actually, I was going to disagree. I was going to say there's a balance because, yes, you have Philly and you have Detroit on one side, but San Francisco is to the left of the cutoff line. The Chiefs are all the way over. They're buried under the Bucks logo, just right next to the Steelers.
Oh, they are, yeah.
So, and the Ravens are to the left of the cutoff line. It shows me that, yes, you can be uber aggressive and be successful, but it's not a perfect 1-to-1 correlation to being successful or being good, because I think there's enough really good teams on one side, but there are also a few on the other, just as there's the same of, the Bears. The Bears are an aggressive team. They're terrible. Yet another one of the terrible teams, The Panthers, they're on the other side of the line. So it's not a one-to-one correlation of if you're more aggressive, you're more successful as a team.
I am curious how many of those Eagles aggressive drives were the tush push, though.
Oh, a lot of them. A lot of them are.
A lot of them.
So they're inflated.
No, they're not.
The Eagles suck.
No, I mean, that's a good take, but I would disagree with you that they're inflated, Nick, because they go for it from their own 20 whatever a lot. Yeah. Now, it's because it's an automatic play, but that's also, it says by the books aggressively. And they're doing something that they should do because it works half the time. Not half the time. It works 90% of the time.
I don't blame them. It's just dumb. The Rams are signing. John, are you okay? Are you in a safe place?
He's in jail.
Carson Wentz, as they work through another Matthew Stafford injury. The signing means the Rams have had 4 of the top 9 picks from the 2016 draft class on their roster at one point or another. Jared Goff, Wentz, Jalen Ramsey, and Leonard Floyd. Floyd. Could not see the L. Who says the Rams never had first-round draft picks?
Oh, nice. Good job.
Yeah, we got nearly half the top 10 of the 2016, or had at least half the top 10 of the 2016 draft class. Listen, everyone's like, oh, Carson Wentz. Hey, he's better than Rippon. He's better than Rippon. And
it's also
he hasn't
locker room
been
cancer.
He's not a locker room.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
It's the same garbage. It's the same garbage with
Odell.
Beckham, and he was just
not.
Fine.
No,
get out.
it is. Man, John, you need to do some research on Carson Wentz, man.
Josh, you need to put away your Eagles hate.
This is not Eagles hate. Every team he leaves, they're always like, thank God he is out of our locker room. He is a bad guy for the locker room.
He's not being brought in to start. He's being brought in to back up Matthew Stafford.
He sucks.
Because Stafford will be back in 2 weeks. So he's just there as an insurance policy. Hopefully he never plays. But again, he's better than Rippon.
College basketball was crazy last night. People forget Michigan State lost in overtime to James Madison. Women's #1 LSU went down to Coach Prime in Colorado. College hoops. What a sport.
What a sport indeed.
Basketball.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
I think Nick just loves college basketball.
It's me.
Man, you're the college basketball boy of the group, aren't
I just
you, Nick?
really wanted to talk about JMU.
It was a fun game to watch because it was fun watching Tom Rizzo, just trying to figure out what to do, and he had no answers. And old Jimmy Madison, headed for the Final Four. Jim Madison,
nice.
Jim Madison is feeling pretty good about itself these days. So good that their football program is petitioning the NCAA to allow them bowl eligibility, despite the fact that they're in a transition year. Should unbeaten Jim Madison be allowed to be in the New Year's Six?
I think so. I think it's a dated rule. I get it. They knew what they were signing up for, yada yada yada. But it's like it's like getting a waiver, right? Sometimes people get a waiver and they can move and transfer to another team. They're a good enough team, and it's not like they haven't played FBS competition. They have. They're playing their teams in the Sun Belt. They're good enough. Might as well put them in there. It's a feel-good story. Of course, they might lose in another couple of games, and then they won't be in. But sure, they should be bowl eligible. Every other Tom, Dick, and Harry gets into a bowl. Why not Jim Madison?
Yeah, I think so too. If they're inside of the top 25 in the committee's rankings and they're the highest group of 5 team, they absolutely should be allowed. It'd be a travesty if they're not.
A travesty?
Travesty, Nick.
Chris Paul told NBA commish Adam Stern that it's hard to treat the All-Star game like serious competition because the length...
Silver. David Stern is dead.
R.I.P. Sorry, David and Adam. That it's hard to treat all the All-Star games like serious competition because the length, pregame intros, and halftime shows give it a feel of anything other than a typical basketball game. Is that what's hurting the NBA All-Star game?
Great take. I couldn't agree more. When I sit down to watch the All-Star game, I'm always like, you know what? It's these intros and the weird stage thing.
God.
It's not the lack of defense and constant shooting from half court the entire time. That's the reason why. It's a solid take, John.
You know what else has lengthy intros and long halftime shows? Super Bowls, Final Fours, NBA Finals. I mean, this is such a weak argument. Oh, I can't get ready for the game because they're not treating it like a normal game. Because it's not a normal game, you dope. What's hurting the NBA All-Star game is it's a passé concept. All-Star games across most sports are kind of being just thrown away. And the real problem in the NBA is about load management. You think a sport that has to pass a rule where players have to play in certain number of games based on their status level, you think those guys are going to come out and give it their all in an all-star game? Please.
I think so. It's a good take.
Yeah, great take, Chris Paul. Go back to making your little State Farm commercial.
I like that he told it to Adam Stern, the hybrid child of Adam Silver and David Stern.
Nobody knew they needed him until now.
No one knew they needed him. All right, the lame of the day is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Planning something fun for your office, family, or friends? Joe's Karting is for you. Take a break. Come to Joe's to race, relax, and recharge. Great for team building. Ditch the speaker and burn some rubber. Trust us, Joe says you'll leave motivated. Joe's Karting race packages range from providing simple stress relief races to the real deal race experience. Check us out at joeskarting.com. Remember, go to Joe's, your place to race.
From sports medicine to spine, bone, and joint problems, Nebraska Medicine is your home for the region's most comprehensive orthopedic care. Our specialists have the unmatched expertise to diagnose and treat common and complex problems, with surgery being a last resort. With multiple locations, our leading care is miles ahead, yet close to home. For orthopedic advances, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/ortho.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists. Doesn't matter where you get your pre-approval. As a consumer, you have lots of choices when it comes to getting a mortgage pre-approval. You can go online or a mortgage professional like Mortgage Specialists. However, not every lender is the same. Online processing tools can pre-approve you in minutes, but it's more likely very inaccurate. We recommend that prospective buyers get pre-approved by a local lender. When you work with reputable local lenders, the pre-approval means what it means. You get a real evaluation of what you can borrow, and you and your real estate agent can have peace of mind through the entire process. Find out about pre-approvals and more when you subscribe to Mortgage Matters in Minutes on our YouTube channel. Just search Mortgage Specialists LLC. Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is two $25 vouchers for just $25 to 72 Table and Tap. Try one of the 20 beers on tap or any of the 150 whiskeys. They also serve salads, tasty bar food, flatbreads, pizzas, sandwiches, and desserts. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, and repeat.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
It's not as kinky as it sounds.
On 1620, The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? No. It's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, last night, John was let down by Michigan State in his 10-team parlay. He lost $418. I had Nebraska to cover. They did. Nick had the Chargers to win. They did. Nick and I are now off of 69 wins.
Nice.
I'm going to go with a two-teamer in MACtion tonight. Give me Western Michigan. Give me Northern Illinois on the money line, plus 112.
There's not enough games to do another 10-team parlay.
There's not?
No,
What?
not with enough big favorites because there's a lot of games tomorrow. I could have picked the games tomorrow.
The big favorites worked great for you.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
Remember when I picked the Celtics minus 900?
I do. That was funny.
It was rough.
I do remember that. You know what the hell? I'll take the Spurs plus 9.5.
Of course.
Minus 110.
Nick?
Give me Central Michigan because they haven't done me wrong yet.
There we go.
Give me Ball State because I think
Oh.
that's a funny name.
All right.
Plus 726.
Whoa, that's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
It's almost done, folks. Under 2 months to go.
All right,
Thank God.
I know. It's going to be
Brutal.
great. I can't wait to not have to type every
Pretty
day.
soon it'll be called the Dead of the Day.
Nope, it
Nope,
won't.
It won't.
Definitely
It'll
won't.
be called that. What is tomorrow? Wednesday?
Yeah, we got Schaefer. That'll be fun.
Mitch Holtis.
Ooh, Mitch. Will he be on? Is he back from foggy Germantown?
Well, they're not taking the Hindenburg back here.
Thank God.
Or the
That's
Titanic.
good.
Thank
Or-
God. Thank
That's
God.
also good.
Yeah.
Or
I
a
mean, the
U-boat.
Hindenburg too, or the Titanic.
Or the thing that
too.
went in the ocean this summer. Was that a U-boat, Nick?
Oh, no, that was
Remember that thing?
That was
Yeah,
a
it'll be
badly
bad.
made submarine
Yeah,
with a
that
PS2
thing.
controller.
Yeah. Okay, so Mitch will be on. That'll be fun. And Dumb Debates is back this week. Remember we had to pause it last week?
That's true.
Yeah, we did have to pause it last week. Hopefully there's not any more of that kind of stuff.
Good take.
So stay tuned. Jimmy Chavez has got Blue Jay shoot around.
And
next,
John,
and then-
Jimmy Allen's here too.
Even Jimmy?
The Jimmies.
The Jimmy
It's
Jimmy.
a
doing both shows?
He's doing both shows.
The Jimmy Jimmy experience.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Jimmy's John's broadcast begins next.
Wow.
And of course, Creighton and Florida A&M tonight at 8 o'clock right here on 1620 The Zone and on our sister station 1019 The Keg.
Wow.
The Jimmy's John's Jimmy's experience.
What a night.
It's going to be great.
What a night. John, have a great call.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.